Hey, Sinistello. Hey, everybody. We are going to pick up where we left off, tackling issues. Let's start with this one. Open save location quickly. Probably a menu item or a hotkey somewhere. I think what I want to do is make it kind of hidden because I don't think most people are going to care about this. So I think just clicking the game version label. Listen to the Skeleseller rap during break and absolutely loved it. I'm glad. I put a lot of work into that. Oh no. I now see a bug down here. When I expanded the overlay by 20 pixels, that's what happened. Oh man, okay. Ham too. Let's go fix that. I think what we need to do is just expand it by 1 pixel off to the right, and that's it. Yeah, so I think we set this to 0, 0, 1, and 0. Because it was only a problem on Windows. All right, fix overlay background. Rather than add 20 pixels of padding around the whole thing, I only add 1 pixel of right padding to address whatever that issue was, which I don't even know how we find this anymore. Is it via overlay? Yeah, this to address 482. All right, that should fix the problem we just had. I don't know if I just said this or thought it, but hey, I'm too. I truly don't know if I said that aloud. All right, so now this is back on the screen. And now I want to make it so that when you hover over this, it probably... let's see. Where does that show? Game version label. Is this modulate that's doing this? Or is this the font color itself? It looks like it's the font color itself. Yeah. And it's set to half opacity. Okay, what we could do here is we could just modify the font color, but we could set this to full opacity because it's just white text that was turned gray. We could set it to full opacity and then change the modulate, and then when you hover over this, modulate it back up to full and make it take mouse input as well. So let's try that. If I set the modulate here to half, we set it to 128, and then I turn this one off, it should look exactly the same as it just looked. It looks like it is. These are IR sensors for train detection and staging. They're feeding into the computer via a few other devices. Oh, neat. Now remember, don't touch any saws. You're allowed to use clamps. That's fine. You're allowed to use infrared. That's fine. Saws are out of the question. Can't use those. This got fainter somehow. How is that possible? How is that possible? It's almost invisible. Maybe it always looked that way? Actually, don't know. Huh. Okay, well, let's take a picture. So this is with the modulate set. So we'll get a picture of that, and we'll put that in GIMP. And I'll just draw out mod. Okay, and now what does it look like without that? So git stash, and we go launch this thing. This is 3, which would be 1 track, only 27 more to program. But that's the fun of it. Yeah, this looks more visible than it was before. How are these different? Yeah, it's definitely more visible. I don't get it. Maybe... Oh, wait. No, that's not what I want. What was this set to? Set to 128, but it's otherwise white. Huh. Color is set to whatever the default is. Oh, which is black? Oh, I think it's supposed to be white. There we go. Okay, yeah, that'll fix it. 3 new wire strippers. Last one arrived. Wait, are those related? Like we're using a saw to strip wires? Because if so, I think I have an understanding of how an injury might have happened. So this is the mod. This is the original. And what we are seeing now is more like the mod one. I don't get this. I just don't get it. What am I messing up right now? This is white. This is set to 128. Self-modulate is full. Huh. This was supposed to be a very, very simple thing I was trying to fix. Is this the same as one of these? Let's try. All right, so the mod version. No, it did change. That's the mod one below, right? No, they're the same. How is it even possible that they're the same, though? Hmm. I just can't strip wires with my normal ones. I got one-handed wire strippers. I see. I see. All right, I'm confused. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. But I guess we could just change the font color if we're going to change it. Then again, I don't need to worry about any of this stuff. It just needs to be visible. So if I just make it visible, it should be fine. Originally, the font color was set to half opacity. Now we moved it over to the modulate. Yeah. I don't know why that would look different. Maybe it has to do with how font opacity is applied. Anyway, that's fine. We could just make it look like this. It should be pretty much the same. In fact, we can just see that on the screen right now, right? I don't know. Let me do it over here. So I'm going to make this red. No, it's definitely not changing. Oh, no, it is. It is. It just changed. Okay. Oh, maybe it's having the opacity get multiplied by the background. Let me see where this shows up. Game settings menu. Trying to find this. I don't know where it is. Confirmation dialog tool. Yeah, I don't see this. I gotta search for this. Game version label. In-game menu is what has it. Oh, it might have overridden the modulate such that it wouldn't matter. I didn't even think of that. We're about to find out. Here it is. What is your modulate set to? This is half. But that's only because I didn't save this. It's going to reflect whatever this had. Yeah. So it's the same. What does this have on it? Visibility, modulate is set to full, self-modulate. This isn't even a control with an overlay background. Or is it? It is. Oh, man. It's a color rectangle that has its opacity turned down. Huh. Yeah, huh. All right, well, let's reset this and just make it something like that. I don't know. Like I said, it just needs to be visible. There's something I'm not getting. There's something I'm not getting here. What is it? Why is this not solid white? This cannot be that hard to figure out. It's coming from here. We have game version label. The modulate of this is just set to full. Is it? It's not even white over here. Oh, maybe its z-index is lower than the background? That is entirely possible. I had not thought of that. Z-index, let's raise this. No, it's relative though, and it's relative to the child. Or the parent, I mean, excuse me. I'm so confused. Yeah, this is only ever gray for some reason. What could cause it to be gray? Oh, here. Oh. Oh, there's an explicit font color on the in-game menu for this thing? Yes, that's why. It was in two places. Okay, it didn't need to be here. So if we got rid of this... Wait. Yeah, right? That's what that means? I just turn this off? Everything looks fine? But then that means that this one isn't controlling that other one? If I set this to red, does it change the one in the in-game menu? It does. All right, I don't know. Something weird is happening here. I think I'm just gonna revert this. There's a show behind parent selected there. Is that? This one's off. But yeah, if that were on, that I guess would have explained it too. Hey, Bogdy. All right, so if I look at this in the game right now, it's just bright white, which is too bright. We want to tone that down. So now here we could set this back to what it probably was, which is roughly that color. Yeah. So I think this looks good. Now when you hover over this, I want this to turn full white and maybe pop up a tooltip that says clicking this will open your save location, save file location to make it easier to report bugs. Something like that. Do we have to initialize the in-game menu somewhere? We don't. We just have a ready here. Because we need to set where this tooltip shows. Game settings menu. Does this have a tooltip? This has a tooltip, and then the title screen presumably has a tooltip. Yes, they both do. Okay, well, let's just do that. So we'll add in a tooltip on parent, and this will say something here like, click this to open your save file location. This is, yeah, let's just leave it at that. All right, so now in-game menu, we expand this, set this thing to be tooltip. Title screen, we do the same thing. Game version label, editable, set this. Tooltip, and there we go. All assets are stored in GitHub? Yeah. All right, cool. So click this to open your save file location. Should say the same thing on the title screen. Oh, it's brighter there. Oh my God. All right. I think I see why this was done. I think we'll just modulate this a little bit lower. Yeah, we'll see how that looks. Next, we need to make it so you can click this thing. And clicking it is going to pop open a location over here. So how do we allow for clicking this? Signals, probably just GUI input. Do we ever override GUI input? Yeah, we do. All right, copy this over to here, game version label. Okay, so if you press the left click down, then we print to do open folder. If so, for bigger games, how does it work? There's a dedicated server for assets. So it depends on how you're distributing the game. Let's say you're distributing something like the way that World of Warcraft works is that you download a very thin client, and then the client can download assets on the fly. If you're doing this, you're not going to store stuff in your source controller. You're going to store it in some CDN somewhere so that people can have quick downloads based on where they are in the world. If you're just talking about for devs, for example, like how do you get assets? It depends on, you're going to have some equivalent of source control. It just might not be Git. And it might be Git with the large file storage stuff turned on. But yeah, as far as distributing to customers, it all depends on how your game's set up, where you're distributing it. Because like Steam is just going to bundle everything together anyway, and it's going to generally be pretty quick to update as a result of that. All right, we didn't actually look at this, I think. Did it work? Yeah, it worked. Okay, so now we want to open a folder. I don't know how to do this in Godot because I've never had the need to do this. Godot open folder, or I guess a C# can just do it, right? C# open folder, OS file manager to a location. Open file location, process.start. This starts explorer.exe. How do you just open whatever it is? I don't want to start Explorer. I want to open whatever the OS uses. C# open folder to location. Open a folder using process.start. Let's try this one. There's no way to just, man. Yeah, let's try this one. Just see what happens. So process.start. Let's just hard code a folder in here for now. Let's pick, sure, this one. It doesn't matter. Copy out as path name. It didn't just copy the word out, right? Yeah. I think you'll need a Godot thing if you don't want platform specific. C# should have a platform agnostic way of doing this. And it might just be process.start. When it realizes it's a folder, it opens it. We can try this out at least. File name should not be a directory unless use shell execute is set. Something tells me that that's not going to work. String, where's use shell execute? Oh, in the process start info itself? Does this have use shell execute? I don't even know. That doesn't matter. All right. Let's keep looking this up. I mean, we could just... No, I don't know how we do that. Does Godot have a thing for open a folder? Open folder in file manager? Is there a way to open a Windows file dialog? Oh. Well, well, well. Yeah, os.shell open. I didn't expect it to have this. I don't know why. All right, let's try that. Like I would have expected C# to have it over Godot. Hey, cool. Yeah. So I don't know if this is going to work on Windows, but we'll just ask someone to test it, I guess, in like a week or two. And then this path is not the right path. We got to figure out where you save the file. I don't remember where that is. Game saver. Isn't there a save location in here somewhere? Get save file path. Is that public? No. Well, it's going to be public. So game saver. Game saver dot get save file path. Okay, let's try that. We could even have it print out what it's trying to open. Yeah, I think games are fun in the beginning, and I think they're fun toward the end. I think the middle part is quite a slog sometimes. Okay, this opened it in VS Code because I'm not using the folder. I'm using the entire path. I want just the folder. Get directory name. I guess we can do that. Path dot get directory name of this. Do we have a way of just getting the directory name that I want? Globalize path, full path. Oh, there it is. Path to save file. User save data. Okay, let's open that up. Game constants, path to save file. I'll definitely hit the wall. Yeah, and it's not like it's the end of the world. It's just tough sometimes to stay motivated and everything. My general advice is just release often, get feedback. Try to, I don't know, try to find out if you're making something people want to play. Because that's one of the other things that makes it tough is if you're working in the dark for so long and then you think it's fun or you question if it's fun and you have no idea. I think you should probably have a pretty good idea of what you're making is fun. Know your no application for user colon save data. Oh, we need the globalized path thing. Excuse me. Project settings, not globalized path. Project setting is some built-in thing. We'll eventually figure this out. I think this should do it though. This will convert the Godot specific path into one that the OS recognizes. Yeah, there, we did it. Great. That was it. Now, does that work on the title screen as well? Yep, cool. Okay, and we just print that out beforehand. Path equals this. Opening save directory path. All right. That way, if there is a problem opening it, or if someone has some permissions dialog pop up, which I don't know why that would happen, it's your file manager. Yeah, so it should have printed that out, right? Opening save directory here. Maybe we should put that in quotes too. There, done. Okay, that's it. That's the feature. That's all I wanted to do. I'll look through this a little bit more closely in a second, but I didn't see anything stand out to me there. So we've made this slightly more visible. And on the title screen, yeah, maybe also slightly more visible. We added a tooltip. Click this to open your save file location. Maybe I should write in it why you might want to do that. Like, this is useful if you need to report bugs. Wait a second. That's not the same location, though, as where the logs are stored, is it? Oh, God. It's not. Are they one folder up? Yeah, they're one folder up. So maybe I should have it open this. Your Skeleseller folder. Yeah. And that way you can get the logs easily, or you can get your save data. Okay. Okay. Let's change that. So click this to open your Skeleseller data folder. This is useful if you need to report a bug or find a log. Yeah, and I don't even think we'll change this in the future. Like, if someone hovers over this and they're like, what? Then fine, be confused for a second. But I don't think many people are even going to discover this. I think they're going to need to be directed there. And then instead of loading up whatever I just did, so this path to save file, we'll just have it be the user folder, user colon / /. Yeah. Now, technically, we only know that it's that folder because it's hard coded as part of this. But I think that should still be fine. Oh, and I should probably say opening like data directory or something. Opening Skeleseller directory. All right, let's try it. How does that do? Yeah, nice. Cool. So if I close that, I click this again. Yeah, nice. Great. Let's go check that in. So made this slightly more visible. That's kind of funny. There was apparently an extra space there. Huh. And there. We just saved 2 characters worth of bytes. Oh man, the game's going to download so fast now. This is looking good. A bunch of UIDs changed. I never liked that. But what are you going to do? Yeah, all this looks nice. Let's just look at the tooltip one more time. And then this took way longer than I wanted it to. This was supposed to be some quick thing, and I got stuck on colors and then on save directories. Click this to open your Skeleseller data folder. I should just say your Skeleseller folder. Data folder. open the Skeleseller folder in your file manager. This is useful if you need to report a bug. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, there. Okay, done. All right, what issue is that? This one, cool. Add a way to open the Skeleseller folder. Clicking the game version label will now open the user // folder in your file manager. Fixes 396. Done. Watch this turn purple, because that's the whole fun of closing issues. I didn't push, so that'll never happen. Now watch it turn purple. There. Nice. All right, that one's done. Next, don't allow upgrading the portal without beating a location first. Okay. I don't know if I'm fixing a symptom of a problem here. I think the real problem is that you... No, maybe this isn't really a problem. I don't know. So anyway, the issue is this. You go fight in a location and you win and it opens up this. However, a lot of people don't realize that this was opened up. So then they upgrade the portal again and just skip this location entirely. Yeah, so let's go do this. I think instance map already has some way of indicating upgrade portal. Do we have a messages thing? We don't. I can localize this as I do this. You've already upgraded the portal. Beat this. I guess it always says upgrade portal and sometimes has a cost on it. But it's got a tooltip sometimes and it's disabled sometimes. So it's disabled when you have to beat a boss. Yeah, so now it says beat the latest location to further upgrade the portal. Okay, so that's what I want to do. Bool has beaten latest location. Wow, that's easy. Yeah, neat. All right, so if you haven't, then keep this disabled. Can upgrade is going to be that you've beaten the latest location, I guess. There. And yeah, if you haven't beaten it, then we say, what should I say here? You must beat the latest location before being able to upgrade the portal again. And then maybe we could change this to be the cost. Yeah, if we put this at the end, then it'll have the cost on it, and you'll know that you could spend money eventually. Yeah, now we don't need this return. Let's try it. Okay, we need to test a couple things. One, this is disabled. Oh, because we've never beaten the forest. Yeah. All right. It's already hitting us at the very first thing. All right, so we beat it. And then this thing is still disabled. Because once you beat it, we need to upgrade, or we need to update this thing, set augment button state. Left just... I'm sorry. I was saying on stream on Monday that I wasn't planning on streaming yesterday because all I had was the YouTube video that we made here, the Skella wrap. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you waited around for something that wasn't going to happen. Hey, Belazis. So do we keep track of when you've beaten an instance? Not like that, we don't. What does this? Beaten instance IDs dot add. On ended battle does this, but we don't know whether this thing already contained this or not, and we probably should. This would be like beat an instance for the first time kind of thing. Is there a battle ended or anything like that? No. I guess we can just search for plus equals here, and I can find all these lines and then paste them into here. Selected, zoom, unlocked. What does unlocked mean? That you upgraded it? Probably. Toggle, battle party, press, right click, don't care. That one I kind of care about. Beat elite instance for first time. I guess what I want to know is that you beat any instance for the first time. I don't care about elite or not. Especially when you bump something on your keyboard. That's going to change though eventually, right? The numbness will fade. Hey, Harvey, you said to wait to play the demo as you were going to add something. Have you done that yet? No, we're still working on that. And I'm thinking that if everything goes well in the next few days, I could possibly release sooner than I was planning on it. So imagine like even 1 week from today, we could potentially release the new demo. I was originally planning on waiting for a Friday, which there's no reason to do that. So it doesn't need to be a Friday specifically. And I was talking about something like the 11th or the 18th, just in terms of kind of estimated date. But even then, it doesn't really matter. I could just release what I've got. In fact, I could put it online now, but I'm pretty sure I'd hear the same feedback over and over, which is that the game isn't balanced. Writing a sea shanty about my folly and how you can only trust the sea. That's a good one. Now, what? If only I knew what instrument you played on, though. Is it some kind of concertina? Just right now it's weird. Okay, well, that's good to hear. In your morning streams, you react to the Switch 2 announcements? No, I haven't. I don't think I've talked about those at all. My sort of general take on this stuff is the system looks good. The games that appeal to me are the DK game, Kirby Air Riders. Like, holy cow, I love this game. I loved Kirby Air Ride so much. And Enter the Gungeon 2 looked pretty good. I think that was it as far as games. And the only other thing was like the Tears of the Kingdom upgrade, the graphical upgrade. I might go back to that game and play it some more. But I don't know how much that's going to cost. But other than that, nothing really super appealed to me yet. Generally, I buy the Switch for a bunch of Mario and Zelda games. Yeah. Yeah. And Mario Kart doesn't appeal to me too much. React harder. No, that's it. That's the end of it. Hey, Ender, no Smash Bros. Well, I consider that to be a Mario and a Zelda game. So yeah, Smash is on the list. I don't know if another Smash is going to come out anytime soon, though. Sakurai was just working on the new best game, Kirby Air Riders. The thing is, Kirby Air Ride, the GameCube version, was actually like 3 modes. There was a racing mode, sort of like Mario Kart. There was a top-down racing mode, and then there was City Trial. And this is the best mode of any video game ever. And I just want to see what they do with that. If they said, hey, we cut this mode from the game, I probably wouldn't buy this at all. But yeah, the DK game looked pretty slick. Enter the Gungeon 2 will probably be on PC, I'm guessing. So yeah, I'll probably eventually get a Switch 2. I just don't know when exactly. All right, beat elite instance for first time. I want to know when you've beaten something for the first time, and it doesn't have to be the elite instance. How do we track this? Gungeon 2 has a Steam page up. Yeah. Yeah, and then the question is, if it's on Steam and it's on Switch, which one should I get? And I think it's typically better to get the Steam version in that case. So yeah. But you can be pretty confident that the Kirby and Donkey Kong games are not going to come out on Steam at all. So yeah. Definitely Steam. Yeah. The only game I can think of that's on Steam and Switch that has some Switch exclusive stuff is Undertale. There are probably other games like that, but that's the only one I know of at least. And I don't think it's worth buying the Switch version just for that one boss fight that they added. Looks so different from the first one. Yeah, it actually looked like it would be a little bit hard to tell what's going on compared to the first one. They'll come out on emulation. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go that route. But there's a limit to how much I'm willing to spend to play like one game. I liked Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom so much that I will probably, it'll just be like a day one purchase to get whatever follows that on the Switch too. So like that game will eventually pay off. Is your name Adam? No, it's Samuel. I just wanted an ironic channel title. All right, so we don't ever check to see have you beaten this once before or not. We do it here. Yeah, I think the instance map should release something for this, so let's go do that. Although if we're going to do that, then on battle 1 doesn't really need to be here, right? Couldn't it just be from the instance map? Battle ended. This probably listens to this thing. Beaten instance IDs. Yeah, we add this no matter what. All right, so if not beaten instance IDs contains this, then we want to emit our new signal here. Beat instance for first time. Instance ID. Cool. Did I play Echoes of Wisdom? Yeah, I lost steam on that game. The dialogue was just the worst of like any Zelda game I've ever played. It was long, it was tedious, it was not interesting. And then the UI is a nightmare. It's just so it's so bad. There's so much scrolling I was doing, and that works when you've got like 10 items in the game, but once you have 100 or something, it doesn't work anymore. And then you need to like switch the mode that you use so that you use the pause menu or whatever, and it was just tedious. I didn't want to solve any more puzzles that way. I thought the game was a cool idea. Yeah, my name is Adam. Yeah, I chose Samuel Learns Live just to pull people into the stream. Game where you play Zelda and you make the bed. I mean, you do literally make the bed. Just not in a way that most people would think. Yeah, that was kind of a letdown. The other game that I bought, I think before that or maybe after that, I'm not sure, was Pikmin 4. That game was pretty good. I also didn't finish that one though. But I lost steam for a different reason on that one. I think my wife was playing the console and I just couldn't play the game for that time. All right, beat instance for first time. We wanted to emit. Why did I even do this? Dot invoke. Yeah. Want us to emit something with the instance ID here. We have unlocked. This is when you click a button though, right? Unlock next location. This must be when you click the upgrade button, right? Yes, it is. Or when you, yeah. Okay, cool. That's fine. So we want this to be named this. Beat instance for first time. And then I want to listen to this from the town so that we don't listen for on battle ended and check this stuff out. I just don't think this makes any sense. What else do we use this for though? We use it for some other stuff. All right, I'll work this out. You're married? Left just met my wife, everybody. He knows that I'm married. Guess how I guess your name? How'd you guess it? Because that's quite hard to work out. This is the only place we use this stuff? Yeah. Wait. This is technically not correct, is it? No, this is correct. Yeah, nice. Okay. All right. Just working my way through this. It's in your username, duh? Oh, of course. Yeah. What's the name of that thing? It's Wobbuffet's like pre-evolution thing, right? What is that called? It evolves from... Oh, wait, no, it's not. What's that Pokemon? Yikes. Yeah, I don't remember. Is the Age Scavenger Hunt still around? Yeah. What is it called? Wooper? It's Wooper. Okay, yeah. I figured it out eventually. Hey, who cares? Gonna have to clip this and share to my chat. Lost all your cred. Are you blackmailing me? How much do I have to pay you to not share that clip with your chat? To delete it entirely. Is this emitting another thing here? It is, but that's going to come from somewhere else. So this function isn't even needed anymore. And why is this here? Finish tutorial, quest, progress item. Even this isn't needed. All instances that get instances of drop items contains that. Update tooltip. What is this? Huh, I don't understand this. We end a battle, we update the tooltip if... Oh, I see. This is going to check which ones we've already beaten though, right? Select beaten instance IDs. Yeah, all right. We can make this simpler too. Wow, yeah, a lot of this stuff's going to get slightly better without being obvious at all. Hey, Peter. Hey, Benny. Hey, test user. Gonna need you to buy me a domain. Is the domain Adam doesn't know who Whooper is? Because if so, nothing doing. Also, I did figure it out, okay? I didn't look that up or anything. Obviously, your remote has a bunch of oop in it. The oop might have helped. All right, so this thing here, this should not be on ended battle. This should be like you beat an instance for the first time. We can pull it from the battle map, but that doesn't sound like a good idea. But I don't know if I want to put this everywhere. All right, let's mirror this from the town for now. Just beat instance for first time. I think we delete this afterward. What is this used for? Oh, everything. Oh, like really everything. What are some of the reasons though? Wait a second, what? This doesn't need to be here. Man, this whole thing could have been coded better. But we're gonna do it now. Unlock next location. All right, that's fine. Well, we could have figured that out even from here. What else do we have? Adventurer panel. This gives you your skill table. That's fine. Okay, I think having a separate one of these is okay. Yeah. So we need to listen to the instance map somewhere. Where shall we do that? We don't even use this anywhere else. Instance map? Yeah, no, we don't use this anywhere else. All right, well, ready should be good enough then, right? Battle panel. We pull this from the UI. So there's a setup UI somewhere, right? UI init. Yeah. All right, let's put this here. Battle panel, instance map, beat instance for first time. Beat instance for first time. Actually, we just want to emit this. Oh man. Okay. So on battle 1 isn't needed anymore because we know this is the first. Oh, this is called every time you win any battle though. But the only reason we ever did this is when you beat elite instances. So we delete this entirely. Yeah. On beat instance for first time. We're getting there. This is gonna take just a little bit longer. No, this needs to be invoked no matter what. I'm possibly going to break something here. Okay, so now battle 1 isn't used. This gets emitted. This is something that we need to listen to from whatever has the button that I wanted, which is instance map. But this emits its own signal then, so it doesn't need to listen to something else for this. It's just anytime we emit this thing, we can also just update the augment button. What's the name of this? What is the name of this? What is this called? Oh, it's in the battle panel. Yeah, there it is. Set augment button state. Yeah. So never mind. This is across classes. So we just want to put the same thing over here. Beat instance for first time. There. Okay, anything else? Let's try this. See if I at least fixed the first thing I was trying to work on, which is just making sure this button gets disabled if you haven't beaten the latest instance yet. So it is currently disabled. It says you need to beat the latest location. We say we load. Should work totally fine. Good. Now we go beat that location. Actually, let's lose to it. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Good. Then we repeat it, and then we beat it. Great. This should be enabled now and isn't, which means something's not listening to this yet, or we're not emitting something correctly. Either case, let's just put a breakpoint here and try that again. Because I don't know how this would fail. We beat this. It should break in. We call this thing. This calls into the town. Beat instance for first time, which is here. Oh, I know why. I know why. We're doing this in the wrong order. We need this to be up here. There. Why is this yellow now? Do not guard add with contains. Why? Yeah, if I only had add, this would be redundant, but I don't. I have this here too. What? This is just a spurious linter issue then, or it's stale. I mean, it might be stale. If the yellow goes away. No, wait, rebuilding doesn't rerun. Oh man. All right, let me just reload the whole thing. This should not have yellow squigglies on it. It's not even syntax highlighted yet. We need to see yellow somewhere. No, it's there again. Yeah. That's too bad. If I put them in a different order, does it? No. Wait, it does? It does make it go away if I put them in a different order? That's so stupid. ABC. Yeah, now the question is, do we turn off the whole rule or do we just suppress this here? I'm going to suppress it here for now. God, this is stupid. Yeah. Why not just add in if? What are you saying? Oh, does add return something? Oh my God. Oh. False if it's already present. Okay, my bad. Yeah, thank you. I did not know that. All right. That is good to know. Cool. I assumed add was a void function, so that's why I didn't even look into that. All right, so now when we beat this battle, it still says we need to do this. Okay, so then something else is going wrong here. This calls into this, which calls into this, which should get hit as soon as we win this battle. Wait for it. Start and win. It doesn't get hit. Well, that's wrong. This didn't get hit either? Huh. Let's put a breakpoint there. This says false if it didn't exist. So Did I do that backwards? I might have done that backwards. I feel like my brain is just shut off post lunch right now. I definitely shouldn't be struggling with this stuff. And yet here we are. All right, so what does this return? Returns true. So I want this to be deleted. And then it should return false after that. Yeah. So what does that say that I misinterpreted? True if the element is added to the set. False if it's already present. Okay, I see. Yeah, I had the not there for contains before. All right, cut all this stuff out. It's probably working now. Start. Did it work? Yeah, it worked that time. Okay, cool. So unlock the next location. Now it says beat the latest location to further upgrade the portal. Maybe it should say to automatically upgrade the portal. Further upgrade the portal. Automatically upgrade the portal. Okay. So we go beat that location. It didn't work. It didn't work. We might be calling something out of order at this point. Yeah, I might have accidentally changed the order of this. So this used to be on battle 1. We would call into this. We'll call beat instance for first time, and then we'll still do all this other stuff here. And we'll figure out that we just beat an elite for the first time, and that should update the button again, which should make it say something different. If I save and load, what happens here? No, we're just stuck. We're in a broken state. All right, let's keep trying this. So this first time, nothing special should happen. This should be false. Yep. But then when we beat it with the canyon, now that should be true. Yeah, so we should not just return here. What? Level is 0? What? How is the level not set to 1? I did change the order of something then. Yeah, here it is. This should be done before I call into this. Let me think about this. All instance data. Yeah. Let's just replace this then. And now I think everything should be working. Well, we got there eventually. So start a battle here, win this battle, go edit this. We can go to the next location now. Start a battle there, win this battle, go back to the map. It opens up this. And now we cannot upgrade again. It says you must beat the latest location before being able to upgrade this. I wonder if we should automatically select the next location too. Start. Yeah, so if I don't beat this, then it says we can't upgrade still. If I do beat this, then now upgrade is possible, but I don't have the money. All right, this is great. I'm glad we did this. So does this debug feature work still? Yes. Wonderful. We eventually figured it all out. So there was one other little issue with this stuff that we could do now, which is check to see when you win a battle. Because I think we have some sort of... No, we don't have a signal for that? What is it? Battle ended? And why do we invoke this? Okay, so this should be beat instance for first time. And it should be done down here. Yeah. So now we won't check that for every single battle if there's no point. And then this is not there. This is not there. Yeah. This is much better. Cool. So there was that one. What was my search for that I just did? I don't know. I think it was for ended battle though. Yeah. Ended battle plus equal. What else do we use this for? When the instance map, why did this exist? Checks to see if we won. Because the instance map doesn't know this itself. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And then what's this one? Ended battle. Has completed tutorial. Num battles completed since completing. I should say since completing tutorial. So this is not unique battles. Also, out of curiosity, what happens with these event handlers after you're done with this tip? Does it delete them? Tip system. Because I think these are just going to forever get information, even after the tip no longer matters. Let's try this out. Let's put a breakpoint here. This is unrelated to what I was originally testing, and it's a very, very minor performance thing, so it's really not worth looking into. But that doesn't stop me from being academically curious about this. So we don't even have the tip system enabled. So if I win this battle, okay, this does get hit. Nothing's ever going to stop this. We should have some sort of disconnect listeners on this thing. Because somewhere we reject any tips that might have shown up. Tip has met conditions to close. Tips we can show. So anything we can't show. How does this start? Shown tips, yeah, there. And this is when you load the game too. Load from save data, shown tips. Yeah, we need to disconnect the listeners for these. Wow. All right. It's not a bug. It's just a performance thing. Like this isn't going to cause a tip to show up another time or something like that. But yeah, there's no reason to keep listening for this stuff. Now that said, what is this constant time? This is constant time. This is constant time. So it's a very, very negligible performance impact. I don't know if any of these have anything that's even like O of N. Let's see. On money change. This gets called frequently. So this is all constant time as well, but it's at least called more often. This is constant. This is constant and constant. Yep. Yeah. So I don't think any of this is all that. Yeah, that's constant. Well, we didn't look, but I'm nearly positive it's just going to compare against a greater than or equals or something, right? Yeah, pretty much. Higher adventure, probably the same general thing. Yep. Oh, that is not constant time. This is an IEnumerable. So this is O of N. That's the first thing that actually isn't constant time. Yeah, I'll just write a note about this. This is very minor. Clean up tip system tips listeners if they're never going to be shown again. Most of the listeners have constant time functions attached, but not all of them. E.g., whatever that was. Yeah. Higher adventurer tip. Oh no. Is O of N. Yeah, when we know we're never going to show tips again or a tip again, we should disconnect its listeners. Note, this is incredibly low priority. Create and assign a label that is priority 2. Great. All right, so I think I renamed something in here. Let's keep the rename because I don't like the name num battles completed since completing. It was implied that it meant completing tutorial, but it wasn't there. So yeah, this is just rename a variable. Rename variable for clarity. But this is fixing up an issue that we've had. Yeah. Isn't it constant when the number of adventures is basically constant? It's certainly not a big performance impact, which is why that's low priority. We might eventually have, let's say, even 12 adventurers. So definitely not a big deal. Oh, actually, I guess the other reason that makes that not a big deal is because it can only be called 12 times, and each time it's going to have n things that it's looping through. So at most, it's going to be whatever that is. Not even at most, it's always going to be the same, right? The Gaussian thing, n times n plus 1 divided by 2. So that's what, 156, 78, I think. Anyway, yeah, so 78 iterations is probably what it's going to go through the whole time. Yeah, this is VS Code. Hey, Tyvex. Okay, so let's check that in. What is the name of this issue? Don't allow upgrading the portal without beating a location first. Yeah, so disable upgrade portal until beating location. Fixes this. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. I do wonder if any of that beat elite instance stuff could have been converted. I don't know if we looked into all of that. There are only 3 somehow. This one. Oh, I typed the wrong thing. That's why. Supposed to say elite in there. Yeah, I knew there were more than 3. Okay, so what's this one? We already looked at this, but still, let's see. Unlock next location. That's fine. That's good. This one. Unlock the skill table. That's fine. This one. That's also fine. Yep, that's beating an elite. That's fine too. Cool. What is this? That's a tip. That's fine. And what is this? That's also fine. Yeah, okay, cool. All those still make sense. Commit. We're done with that. Now let's see the green turn purple over here. Yeah. Yeah. Perhaps we should do this instead. Require manually upgrading the portal after beating a boss. Make it have no cost. I only just read this now. But is that a better solution? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The problem we were running into is something that I'm hoping is fixed, but we don't know for sure until players actually test the game. After you beat a boss, it would automatically unlock the next location. But people wouldn't realize that, so they'd click upgrade again and unlock 2 locations. Then they'd realize they just wasted some money on that. Now what I'm hoping is, since you need to beat the volcano first, you'll obviously know that you went to a new place because you wouldn't have seen this before. But maybe some players might still forget and then upgrade again. But at least at that point, we know you can beat the volcano. I guess the problem was really... Okay, I should write that down. I forgot about my prior comment and coded the original... Coded the fix in the original comment. However, the reason why I think this is sufficient is that being able to beat a new location after a boss means that you can at least farm that location. Before this, it was possible that you couldn't beat either new location, and then you just wasted money. But not anymore. Okay, so that one's done. Next up is give more information when you're already on a quest. So this is kind of just a flavor thing, but we might want to also indicate somewhere how many workers you've gotten through the quest. Tavern shows this dialogue already on quest. Let's go make sure this is still in the game that way. I think it is. I don't know why it wouldn't be. All right, so you click this and it says you're already on a quest. Collect the items shown on the sign next to the deposit box. Hover over the items in the sign to see where to find them. Yeah. It should show the current quest reward at the very least, but also probably the flavor text. Oh boy. Well, the reward's always the same. So now I don't think players are going to be curious about what the reward is, but they might be. But you wouldn't be able to see the story text again, which is unimportant, but you might care. Is it worth showing that here? I guess the title could be already on quest. Let's take a picture of what it looks like when you get a quest for the first time. It's this. So what if we change this to say already on quest? And then deleted this. and then added some text here saying to figure out where to find these items, and then put a description here. I don't know if we need this middle part, but yeah, changing the title, we can put in the exact same text that we have, and maybe we put some text to the top here instead and say something like, "You are already on this quest," or "You have already accepted. You have already accepted this quest." Should potion be plural? Boots are plural because you find 2 at a time. So for that logic, we're not going to pluralize the individual item names. It'd be pretty, well, I guess it wouldn't be tough to do. We just need to manifest a pluralized version of every single item, and it's just not really worth it. Just do one of those red lines. Though the one on top is the title. So the title, oh, I guess we don't have to change the title. Yeah, you're right. We could just say quest. You have already accepted this quest. I think it's helpful to have the redundancy of saying already on quest. Maybe not. Yeah. So wait, let's accept this. What's the this just says dismiss. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Let's do that. I like M2's suggestion there, which by the way, I should give you a point for this combined with the OS thing from earlier. All right, so where does it say already on quest? Here it is. So we'll just change this to quest and do this too. Tavern board. This is set via code. Doesn't have any options. Where's new quest? We need to change its text dynamically. Set dialogue. All right, I'm just going to copy paste this. This is already on quest. So it's not next quest to be offered. The backstory is the current quest, which we know exists. The items needed. I guess let's just plug in the exact same thing. I'll do that in a sec. Next quest to be offered is the quest again. And then this is tavern board already on quest. Okay, let's try that. Wait. There's only 2 things here. So it can never be accept. So we just need to clear the dialogue. Okay, let's try that. And then I'll just refactor this code so that it can use the same item forming stuff. Okay, let's try it out. So we accept our first quest. Barry the Bard promised to bring some potions to a party, but he was ambushed by goblins on his way there and died. Hey, Alt F4, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We are working on getting Skeleseller ready for an upcoming demo, which can maybe launch next week. But yeah, how was the stream? How's everyone doing? I'll show this game off in just a sec. I just want to test this out. So Barry the Bard promised to bring some potions to a party, but he was ambushed by goblins on his way there and died. If you help him find these potions, he'll join your workforce. So we accept this, and then when we click this dialogue, oh, it doesn't say you're already on the quest. Yeah, right. I forgot to put that there. Oh, whoops. All right, so we get the backstory. Then we add in, you have already accepted this quest. What was the other thing I put in the picture, though? You have already accepted this quest. Okay, I put a colon there, but we don't need a colon. And then I want to put this in bold. Okay, let's try that, and then I'll show the game for anyone who's new here. Something else that's kind of new is I've launched my rap career. Whoa, what's going on here? Yeah. We now have the Skella rap. I do something for April Fools every year, and that was this year's. Okay, let's try this really fast. It says you've already accepted this quest, except for I put it in the wrong spot. I want it to be here. Yeah, like this. Eminem in shambles. Shambles. He wishes he could rap about Skeleseller. There we go. Cool. All right. So anyway, the game. The intro of the game is that you died and became a skeleton. So that's why this is called Skeleseller. You are that skeleton, basically. But it's a very casual game. You're not making a ton of heavy decisions. You start by hiring one adventurer, and then you send them into battle, and they will earn you items every time they win a battle. So they'll just fight automatically for you. I know I'm blocking some of this stuff with my camera. So anyway, we'll just force a win here. And we get some potions out of this portal. Stock them in our shop. And now these customers can come over and buy them. And when they do, we get money, and we can upgrade our town with the money. So that's a basic gameplay loop. Do battles, get items, sell them, upgrade your stuff. So you finish that quest. Where's Barry? I didn't yet. I would need to finish this first. So if I finish it there, there's Barry. That's Barry the Bard. And now we can get Tovin, the Dragon Slayer and part-time accountant. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so we got our whole little legion of skeletons here. We can grant items for them to move around. Build our other shops. We don't have enough money for that. Nice. We're going to lose all these items. But let's get the garbage slime and make them automatically eat stuff. There. Now we won't lose any of the items. Man, that's so cool. All right. So I think this is done. Oh, right. I said I wanted to refactor this. Yeah, this is pretty basic. Where did it even go? I don't even know where I put this. What's it called? Already accepted this quest. Yeah, there. Yeah, so tavern. We have similar code in between these two things. So I want to get the backstory followed by the items needed. So let's say private string get backstory, or like get quest. What do we say? I don't know, backstory and items. I won't try to be clever about this. And it's going to be this stuff. And we pass in the quest itself. So this should probably just be a function on quest at this point. It doesn't use anything in this class. Yeah, that's how it should be. Okay. Then let's go form that. So delete this from here, put this over here. Public, get backstory. So this is the quest itself. We don't need to do anything with that. This turns into quest. This, I guess, is technically static, right? Or it could just be on the quest. We just don't take anything in. And we just have the backstory and the objective. Select comes from link. And there we have it. Then just return the text. Hey, Lunans. All right, so this says you've already accepted this quest, and then we put 2 new lines and the quests get text and backstory. Then we can delete this stuff, which is nice. And then the same thing up here. This is the backstory and the items. And we don't need any of that now. We can just say next quest to be offered, get backstory and items. I'm talking about testers earlier or this morning. I haven't played the game yet just because I don't game much. We'll be happy if you're interested. All right, I will write that down. And thank you. What I was talking about earlier is a couple of different things, I guess. One is I do user research sessions where I watch someone play the game. This is typically over Discord. There's video involved. I've been just asking real life friends for that. But the other thing I was talking about this morning was testers before launch. And for those, what I was thinking of doing is having some, I don't know, a Discord group or something, offering these people the game for free, and then saying, you're playing a pre-release version, please do report bugs, please, whatever, include details, blah, blah, blah. This is the category I haven't figured out yet, exactly how I want to find these people, how many I need, what I want them to do. But that won't probably happen for another few months. Maybe. I'm not sure, actually. Yeah. But yeah, we'll think about that at some point. All right, so does this still work? Because if so, we can check this in. Okay, got you. Yeah, I'll write that down. Nope. He was talking about the pre-launch testing. Yeah. All right, tavern. Cool, so we got our quest text. This all looks fine. And now we click it again, and it still looks fine. Cool. Yeah. All right, great. So if I save and load, does that dialogue still show up? Yeah. Nice. All right, easy peasy. Yeah, easy peasy. So what is this one? This is 659. Show information about ongoing quest. Fixes 659. Now I watch this turn purple. Done. Nice. Okay, this next one is a very, very difficult issue, I think, which is that we have kind of grainy graphics inside of this sub viewport. And I filed a bug on Godot and found out it was my fault. I still don't know how to fix it exactly, but it has to do with the resolution of the assets that are inside this sub viewport and how we scale. And I'm just not totally sure how to fix this. We've got to change something. Let me look at my details that I had here again. Viewport texture rectangle, yeah. So we have a texture that's too large being rendered into a smaller viewport and then being upscaled again. I don't know. Okay, so I know what the problem is. I don't know a generic way to fix this problem. Yeah, problem is we have a texture that is, say, 128 by 128. We render it into a sub viewport on a 64 by 64 button. Then we scale it back up and it looks blurry. Oh, so we need to double. Okay, hang on. I think I understand. I think that the instance camera has a zoom of 2, which I think messes this up. This may have to do with the instance camera's zoom. That shouldn't affect UI elements, though. Thanks, Pixable. And hi. As far as I can tell, the solution would be to go into the instances viewport and set the rendering size there to something larger, but then we have to scale it to zoom out. I think so. But I'm not positive, and that's what we're going to try to figure out now. And man, it's gonna look so much better. It's not obvious, like people aren't complaining a lot about this, but this button is blurry. And I don't know if that's apparent to people. I'm zoomed in quite a lot right now. And then same thing when we have auto battle enabled, and I think it's not true here. I don't remember. Oh, it's so hard to tell. Anyway, we'll try to figure this out. So here we have a camera that's set to a zoom of 2. I'm going to set this to 1 and just see what happens. It'll be more apparent when someone on 1080p uses a scale of 2. Yeah, I wonder, it should be apparent at a scale of 1 as well. Although maybe it's not as obvious. So I've zoomed out the instance camera. It does not affect UI elements. Something that's kind of strange though is how would the text even look correct here? Oh, and battle screen isn't even in a sub viewport container. So that stuff has always looked fine, I guess. And the camera does not affect this, so that's not the problem here. So it's just the viewport size. We have this set to 512 by 1072. I'm not sure I understand that part. This stuff is set to stretch. What does that do? Automatically resize the control size. All right, that's fine. So we actually can't change these things. It's set through here. That's fine. If we turn this off, then the viewport size will matter. So no, it doesn't have to do with the instance camera zoom. That doesn't affect UI elements. And I don't think it mattered for the battle itself, although why not? Because the graphics are just the same size that they're used at, I guess. Why is this a problem with UI and how do we fix it? Render to a sub viewport. 64. Scale it back up. But what if we didn't scale it back up? Okay, so what if I just make a new thing that has that same scene hierarchy as this? So there's a sub viewport container, and then a texture rectangle. All right, so we add in a sub viewport, wait, did I say that backwards? Yeah, I said that backwards. Sub viewport container first, then the sub viewport, then a texture rectangle. And in here we give it anything. It can be any icon. So let's pick the trophy one, let's say. All right, so there's our icon. And already it looks blurry, but that might be caused by something else. Texture filter doesn't even matter. This is set to linear. Huh. Okay, the SVG itself should be able to render at any size, right? But I think when it gets loaded into Godot, it gets rasterized. Trophy. Huh, that's weird. Oh, there it goes. Doesn't this have a size somewhere? Scale with editor scale. Convert colors, scale, compress, size limit. What is this? Import as image? Is this menu new? I think it might be, but I'm not actually sure how this thing gets imported in a certain size. Let's also just drag this over here and put this like that. This is as good as this thing can possibly look, I'm pretty sure. Although that's the filter it's supposed to use. And if I were to scale this to be... yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So it doesn't matter if it's ping or SVG. Well, the SVGs need to get rasterized because SVGs are just a bunch of vectors that then need to be told what size to render at so that they can actually turn into pixels. And as far as I know, Godot rasterizes that ahead of time and then renders it as though it's essentially a ping at that point. Rasterizes the size of the viewport and renders the resulting image. For pixel graphics, this isn't affected. Where for SVG, resizing matters. But what I don't get here is we should be able to scale this to any size we want because this is just a sprite right now. But it's clearly capped in terms of resolution. And I'm not sure why that'd be the case. Hang on a second. Where is that trophy graphic? Okay, you know what? This is why we just use a search thing. Oh, it's an unused. Right. We got rid of that icon. So if I open this with VS Code, that's not what I expected. I want to see the actual like underlying the vectors. Basically treat this as though it's XML, I guess. You can't even do that. How do you command palette open source? It used to just open this up. SVG open as XML, I guess. Yeah, the January 2025 update changed it. Text editor, right click the file, open with text editor. There we go. Oh, this has a view box built in. Oh my God. Okay, so this is 64 by 64. That might be what Godot uses when it pulls it into the editor. So if I were to change this to, let's say, 256 by 2... Actually, you know what? Let's just make it huge. Let's make it like 1080 by 1080. I think Godot will rasterize it to that size. So now this... Did this even work? It's just invisible now. What? Yeah, what? Oh, it's just way larger? I see. That was layer 1. Does something else have that 64 size in here? It doesn't. What? I mean, this kind of looks like it's set up to just be on a 64 pixel scale. So this actually... No, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Sizes may not be relative inside the SVG. So the thing that confused me is this is rendering great. And like presumably I can zoom into any level here. Well, I don't know how to zoom out now. Right clicking doesn't do it. How do you zoom this? No modifier and scrolling is working. Apparently expanding the editor doesn't work. Zoom out. Is this doing something? It's not actually zooming. I don't know what's going on. Huh. I don't know what this is. Alt click. Yeah, alt click looks like it should do it. Only it doesn't change the size, huh? Yeah, the checkerboard changes. But this was definitely smaller and I zoomed in, right? Maybe that's not how it works. I don't know. Anyway, you can see that this clearly is still crisp even at this size. So there's got to be some way I can get Godot to render this at a larger size and still look crisp. And I could have sworn there was some like import settings. There's re-import here. But I thought it was something controlled by this. Size limit. Scale with editor, scale. What if we set this to 10? Oh, wow, look at that. What size does it think this is then? 976? No, that's not the size. Where even is the size? I don't think there is one for sprites. I think we just have to look at this. And yeah, it's multiplying the 64 by 64 that we had in that file. Kind of makes me wonder what scale are those buttons trying to render at? If you assign it to a texture rect, does it look good when resizing? Let's try that out. Done. No. No, I think it gets rasterized on import. So the only way this would ever look better is if we change this here. Yeah. I made the scale 100. I think that might have been a mistake. I was just clicking stuff. It's not like I actually wanted to be that large. All right, well, anyway, if we just set this to 5, re-import this thing, does this somehow fix everything that we had? Because I don't feel like that would work. But maybe that's what was going on, is we had a texture size that was too small. It doesn't make any sense. All right, well, where's our flea thing? It's not called flea. I don't know what it's called. Flea button. What do you use as your icon? There's no flea button. I guess it comes from instance slot or something. Instance? There it is. What do you use? And why can't I see any of this? There you are. Now what are you? I don't remember how this works. How does this have an icon that looks correct? Oh, because of that. All right, what texture is this? Run.svg? All right, let's go get run.svg. Yeah, looks good. So what's the problem here when I shrink this? I can't shrink this. What? Project settings rendering textures for what? What setting are you suggesting I look at here? I don't see anything obvious from this. Change the expand to fit and keep. Something weird is going on right now. Because now it's not changing the look of this at all. Something very weird's happening there. Keep aspect. Oh, I see. All right, great. So if we shrink this enough, yeah, it starts looking blurry. But if we were to shrink, let's say this one, and we do the same thing, fit width, keep aspect, change this to run, and then shrink this should always look crisp. Yeah, but that's because it's still rendering as an SVG no matter what. All right, but that's a problem, right? That this thing eventually looks blurry. So we need to figure out what size these buttons are going to render at, and then make sure that we rasterize it to the right setting. It actually kind of makes me wonder, what if we just re-imported this with a scale of like 10? What would that do? Would that fix this? Because like I said, I'm not totally sure a good way of solving this. I know that we could solve it by changing the size of this viewport maybe. I have no idea. Also, what is that white line there? Is that part of the graphic? It's not. So it's some rasterization artifact, probably that lowest line that we have there. Would min maps help here? I don't think so. My understanding of the problem is that we're rendering at a size that's too small and then scaling the viewport up, and the viewport has no way of interpolating between pixels at that point because it wasn't given the source data. It's just given some pixels and just knows how to work with those. But I still haven't actually wrapped my head around that yet. There was a proposal about some of this stuff here. Hmm. Sub viewport container. Set the size to double and then it says set its scale to 0.5. Where do we scale? Um, Let me test this stuff out over here, I guess. Trying to get this to make sense to me. If we were to scale this thing, yeah, so let's just increase the scale here. Okay, I guess that's what I expect. So the container can be scaled and it's gonna do what you expect out of scale. But then we make the sub viewport have a different size altogether. So if I set this to like 1080 by, or I don't know, 2000 by 2000. It doesn't change anything. I guess because this thing is still set to the... I think I probably shouldn't be working on this right now. Yeah, I think I just haven't wrapped my head around this. I just don't like how it looks in the game right now. And we got to figure out how to make it look better. Start a battle. I want to get a picture of what it looks like right now. Yeah, that's messed up, but that wasn't the only problem. We also have somewhere auto battling. All right, that looks crisp. These obviously do not look crisp. They're losing a ton of data. And I thought there was some other button that could show up here, but I guess not. Maybe it's because originally we had some text for fleeing. Let's get a 16 by 16 icon instead. I mean, we can just render a 16 by 16 icon and then use it. Like that's the nice thing about SVGs. You could rasterize it at any level and it should still look good. Try changing linear to nearest. This only works for pixel images. These should use linear textures. These aren't pixel art. Everything else that we have here is using pixel art, and we use a nearest filter for that. But also the sub viewport has its own scaling factor. So the texture filter matters in two different ways. You have it on the image itself, but then that's inside of a sub viewport, and your sub viewport has its own texture filter, but it gets applied to everything that rendered because the viewport itself could scale up or down. But anyway, that's not the core problem here. The core problem is the resolutions we're rendering at. But yeah, I guess a simple thing we could do is rasterize these images to certain dimensions. I don't know what program we use to do that though. Rasterize vector SVG. Maybe online. Maybe there's something online for this. Friendly online, free online tool for those times when you need a rasterized image format. Click select SVG file. Okay, yeah, let's try this. So I guess let's go find that run button. Run that SVG. It didn't work. I don't even need to drag exactly to there. Yeah. Set scale, set width. What is the width of these buttons? .32 by 32. Okay, so let's set that. 32, set height to 32. And convert. Is that even... Yeah, it's probably what I want. I don't know. Let's download it. Okay, so we're going to go put this in here somewhere. Game assets. Do we have a temp folder? No. All right, I'll put it in UI for now. So now we have run.png. The texture that we use should be able to load that, I think. This looks even worse. Oh, I guess it's because it's rasterizing it now ahead of time, whereas the SVG was rendering correctly. This should probably use linear here. So now we do this, and then we run the game. Man. I think it looks better. Yeah, I guess this is rendering it at the regular. Whoops, I meant to. Yeah. There's gotta be a way to do this though, without us needing to convert these things. You can probably rasterize it to a larger scale too. Yeah, that's true. I guess we can try some like mega scale image and just see how it looks. Set this to like 256 by 256. Reconvert. Download. Now we copy run 1 over to here. And then plug that in. Run 1. Yeah, and then that should look super crisp, I guess. Hey, Goose. Oh, how do you do this with SVGs though? There has to be a way. All right, so I go start a battle. I take a picture of this. It looks good. I zoom into 3x. Yeah, I think it's fine. These look super crisp though. Even this graphic didn't look super crisp. I don't know if they're the same size. I don't think they are. God, no, there's still something happening with the viewport scaling here. And you know what? We can confirm that too. I could move this out of here. So we get this button. If I just copy this one thing and I paste it in here. I don't know what that just did, but not what I wanted. Oh, let's just add a new one. It doesn't matter. All right, so run 1. There it is. Let's just put this up here. That doesn't work. Let's do it that way. All right, so here's the button. We're gonna use that like that. And I guess we should make it so that bats have infinite life. So they've got infinite life. They do no damage. And now we can restart this. And now as soon as I make an instance, we're going to see a floating button somewhere. It might not be obvious here because I might have put it too far off the screen. Yeah, where is this? If I move this up, does that work? There it is. Yeah, it's gigantic. It's underneath my keyboard camera. Anyway, that looks crisp. I wanted it to be the same size as this other one. So I think what we need to do is set... It thinks this is a sprite. Okay, let's make this a texture rectangle. And then let's quick load in, run 1.svg or something. Delete this one. Make this thing be fit with, keep aspect. And then shrink the entire thing. Oh, it's inside a container, so it can't be moved now. I guess we'll put it inside of a control then. All right, now we shrink this way down. In fact, we could just give it the size. Let's give it a size of 32 by 32. There. Okay, so now that shows up somewhere. I don't know where. There it is. So now we're just gonna move it to the other button. Okay. There we go. So can you see any difference between these two things? And yeah, this is properly anti-aliased. So this is still rendering poorly, even if we use a larger ping. Well, and even some of these details are crisper, like this little line off the top of the head. So it does mean we're scaling the viewport wrong still. Not that I even changed it. Hey, Darth Maul. And yeah, Don Reaver, you can post a link. It's just double the size, I think. It's the same size, though. They're lined up. Exactly. You can tell from the thumbnail, no quality was lost. You can verify by opening the images. I definitely can't change the scaling mode of the game, but I wonder what else they do here. They have a script. Bitmap, load SVG from buffer, and then create it from a bitmap. So they're re-rasterizing an image whenever the size changes. Hmm. Hmm. Oh man. The thing is, we don't even need to dynamically do any of this. We know the size of the button. And it's only ever the same size. I should probably save this somewhere. But I still don't get what's going on with this viewport. And like I said, I still haven't wrapped my head around this. Like I'm staring at this and just not thinking about this correctly. In my repro, I changed was SVG. Does it matter what I set this to? It matters what it gets imported as. I guess I need to load up another version of Godot and take a look at what the default graphic is. So this. And then I'll have the SVG file that I can open up and see what it has listed as its view box and assume that that's the default size is going to get loaded in if the scale is set to 1. So we click this thing and then this thing and then put it over here and then do the open with text editor. It's 128 by 128. And I made it into a texture rectangle that had half the size. Okay, I understand. I understand what's going on then. So this run graphic, I think I changed it to 512 by 512, but if I set it to 32 by 32, wait, maybe I didn't change it. Maybe it was already that. Oh God, I never want this to open with this editor. how do I default it to the text editor, I wonder? Text editor? Maybe SVG? Workbench Editor Associations, SVG default. I don't know what the options for this can be. Duplicate object key, we already have this. I see. So what does that do? Can I open this now with code? Yeah, nice. Thank goodness. Yeah, it was 512 by 512 originally. So if I set this to 32 by 32, then it'll look crisp all of a sudden. I don't know. I just want to make sure I understand this. This is not the best solution for doing this. But does it work? No. Maybe. No, I just don't understand. Minimum size set to 32 by 32. And that's what we set this one to that I just threw into the scene, 32 by 32. And what did I type in here? Yeah, 32 by 32. Okay. I didn't mess that up. Maybe we need to explicitly re-import this. Is that run or run one? It's run. I might have messed this up somewhere along the way because I was doing a lot of different things. What is this set to? Yeah, this is set to run one. So I wasn't even using the right graphic. So we need to set this to run. And then now it looks invisible. So do I re-import this? That seemed to do nothing. What happened to this graphic? Maybe it won't render correctly at all. Oh, this is the wrong thing. It's this one. And yeah, this isn't working. Why is it? Maybe I was supposed to change more than just that. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. There's some way to control the size of this, and I need to figure out what that is. Yeah, drawing is out of bounds. Yeah, I need to figure out how to set the width and height. I guess we already looked at this, though, when we opened up this thing, right? Yeah, this has width and height on the SVG element. So that's what we need to set. What does this default to if you don't set it? All right, width and height is equal to 32. All right, we got our graphic. It's huge. I don't know why it's huge. Is it because we have the import on this thing still set super high? Yes, that's why. Set this back to 1. I messed with like every single setting we possibly had. All right, so now if I change this into a texture rectangle and give it, oh, it already has the right texture, and then change the size to be 32 by 32, which it already is, and then re-import this. You need to set viewbox also in the SVG. That shouldn't be set to 512 by 512. Because I thought this is based on, like, this is now the coordinate system that these things are going to use. Because I do see some large values here. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. You might be right. I'm just kind of floundering around right now. Oh wait, I think some part of that worked, and I think this thing is just gigantic. One of these things is that one. Yeah. All right, so we turn off clipping. Clipping isn't even on. It's not rendering anywhere though. Yeah. Well, I've messed this up. Yeah, I don't know how to change the width and height of this. Let's look up what SVG viewbox is, because I think it's a coordinate system. Defines a position and dimension of a viewport, allows you to scale and position the content within the specified area. Consists of 4 values: min x, min y, width, and height. Yeah, so my assumption, which seems to be wrong, is that width and height will control something different from the view box's width and height. But what does this control? The width attribute defines the horizontal length of an element in the user coordinate system. I think that's right. Maybe we just need to set this to 32 by 32. Oh, that was worth a shot. Yeah, I don't know. It's this for sure. I changed the view box already, although I guess I didn't change it while I also had width and height change, but I don't think this is correct. I think this is the coordinate system through which we define the vectors below. And I think this has to be 512 by 512. And if we were to change this to 512, I guess it would work fine, but then it wouldn't do anything different. It's not even true. It's still not rendering. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Yeah, I definitely have no clue. Do we need to re-import this every time? I think it automatically does it. And what does it think the size of this is now? It says the scale is 1. Whew. So it has some width and height baked in, because if I delete these, then we'll at least render something. We still don't? How does this make any sense? How is this rendering? What? What's the difference between these two things? Where it is? Why does that have an impact? I put this up here, it doesn't render anymore? Is it because the viewport container isn't transparent? Oh my god, it is. I've been testing nothing this whole time. I thought you could see through it. Okay. Well, now I don't know what I actually needed to do, because I tested a bunch of things that seemingly did nothing when really I was just holding a sheet of paper in front of my face. All right, so I think you can set these things to 32 by 32, and I think that's what I should have been doing that whole time. All right, that is now the 32 by 32 one. Yeah, and this has a size set to huge, but when I set it to normal, it's fine. And now I should be able to just launch the game, and the icon should look better because there should be no downscaling or upscaling. They don't look exactly the same. They're close, but now I think the problem has to do with what the viewport is using as its texture filter. What is this set to? Viewport canvas items is set to nearest. Yeah, if I set this to linear, it's probably identical now. It's not identical. Why is this the hardest problem I've ever done? What could I possibly be doing wrong? This thing is set to linear. Oh, maybe. Okay, hang on. What if I just set them both to nearest? Because I think I forgot to set it on this so that this is the default. Yeah, so that's using nearest. Okay, now they might look the same. Let's restart this just to check. Godot does support SVGs. My brain doesn't. What is making these lines blurry? This entire thing, yeah, it fits in a 32 by 32 box. I don't know where the exact boundaries are, but it's thereabouts. But then this gets blurrier. There are some confounding factors here that make this very hard to reason about. For one, I'm on a high density display. Two, I have the game set to a scale factor of 2x. Maybe at 1x it would look okay, or at least the same. No, they don't look the same. It's importing it using a third-party library, and they recommend converting them to pings and Inkscape as a better alternative. The thing is, even when I convert this to an image, there's still some scaling going on, and I'm not sure what is doing it. I guess we just skip this problem for right now, but this is going to be like the second time I skip this. Man. What's interesting is you can see the problem right here. Like this looks super crisp because This is the instance outside of a sub viewport. As soon as we put it into a sub viewport, everything messes up. And it's because of the scaling that we use, I guess. I just can't figure out what to change. We have stretch on, which means he's going to ignore the sub viewport size. What if we don't have it ignore the size and we set this to, yeah, some super large size? Does it happen with non-SVGs too? It's happening with anything inside of a sub viewport container. Yeah, I think that might have fixed it, but obviously now it's like, no, it didn't fix it. Well, hard to even say that it fixed it because I don't know whether this thing should look like the one that's up there. They don't look the same. This one, you can see at the top of the head has very crisp white lines, whereas the one on the bottom has those blurry lines and they're not even visually distinct. Is that 1072 value on the viewport size? Yeah, I just set it to something that was large. I just don't want it to stretch at all. What is this? Size 2D override stretch. If true, size 2D override affects stretch as well. Do I just turn this off? What is it even doing? I don't know. Did that change anything? No. Divide sub viewport's effective resolution by this value while preserving its scale. This doesn't have a scale, does it? No. And its parent doesn't either, I hope. No. And this thing doesn't even have a scale property, I think. Scaling. What's this? SDF. Resolution scale to use for the 2D sign distance field. Higher values lead to more precise and more stable sign distance field as a camera moves. Does this just need to be 100%? I'm on autopilot right now. I don't think that worked. No. I think this is just for font stuff. I don't know if sign distance field affects anything that's not font related stuff. Let's look this up. Godot SDF. Sign distance field. Yeah, for shaders, I guess for fonts, for global illumination. Can we look up sub viewport here? SDF. Where does that come from? Is that on the container? No, it's here. It's on viewport. It's actually this. Oversize and scale. Controls how much of the original viewport size should be covered by the 2D sign distance field. It's going to be sampled in canvas item shaders and is used for GPU particle 2D collision. If we oversample this, shouldn't this start correcting for some of the blurriness we see? Thing is, I don't even know where that is. Oversample. There's no oversampling. Oversize, there it is. What if we set this to 200%? Does this fix anything? I don't think this is a solution, but I'm curious if this sheds some light on what's going wrong here at least. No. Yeah, it's almost like it needs to swap to nearest. The thing is, I am using a nearest neighbor filter on pretty much everything at this point. Yeah, default texture filter set to nearest. And then this individual graphic here is set to nearest. I'll make it linear. It might only ever be nearest though. I mean, I guess we could set them both to linear and see what they look like. I don't think that's going to change anything though. It's still not crisp. I don't think it's ever going to get there either. Actually, you can, yeah, oh, this is the thing that's revealing it to me. Look at this. Look at the block size on these pixels versus over here on these pixels. These are just double the size. So something's getting scaled here. I still cannot figure out what's scaling it. It might, oh my God, wait, wait. It might be the content scale factor that I have set here. So that now they would look practically the same, or at least they'd use the same pixel sizes. Yeah, now the block sizes are the same. So this is seemingly exacerbated by content scale factor. But this isn't telling the whole story. That's what you meant earlier. Yeah, but something's still going wrong with the sub viewport itself. Because you don't need content scale factor to see this problem. And I don't want to just hide the problem by saying don't use content scale factor. So if we set this back to nearest and set, this is already set to nearest. Man, I do not have a lot of hope for figuring this out right now. What is this thing on the right again? What am I even rendering? I'm rendering a different texture altogether. This isn't even a valid comparison. It should be this. And if those two things look the same, then I think we learned something. And I need to figure out what we actually learned. Hey, look, they look the same now. Would you look at that? Oh, man. I hope you have a good dinner, Matt. I hope that if you do run, you don't end up with these blur lines around your body. Okay, so what do we do now? Now we scale them both up using the content scale factor. They should look identical because the content scale factor should be affecting everything the same, whether or not it's in a sub viewport. Yeah, I think these are identical. If they're not, I don't see any difference. So they're convincingly enough the same. Sonic the Hedgehog over there. So did this have to do with oversampling? Can I turn that off now? Revert that to 120% and see what that looks like? I also want to close out of the other copy of this game and this thing, which doesn't need to be open. Let's restart that now. God. I expect them to still be the same. Yeah, they are. And the only reason any of this worked is because I set the size in the SVG. So now if we were to set this to 64 by 64, they'd look bad. And if that's correct, if this looks different now, then I think I get what's going on. And I know we've only covered what they already told me in the issue. Yes, these do look different now. This has more detail, whereas this one lost that detail because it rendered at 32 by 32 and then couldn't get scaled back up. Yeah. So we fixed this by setting this to the target that we're going to render at. I wonder if this is only a problem with SVGs. No, it's not. It can't be. No, it's anytime you scale up. But with pings, what's happening? I should test that out too. Yeah, so these are identical now. Okay, so what have we learned so far? If you set the width and height on the SVG element to 32, which is what the icon button renders at, then the sub viewport doesn't have to do any scaling. The sprites in the viewport don't do it, right? No, they don't have any scaling applied. The reason this happens with the SVGs is because originally they must have had a height of like 512 or 256 or some like large number, and they needed to be 32. So scaling was happening to downsize them, but then there'd need to be upscaling for it to be wrong after that. I don't know where upscaling would happen. And that's where I guess I'm still not understanding this response. The original texture is rendered into a smaller viewport. It's not the viewport that's smaller, though. I guess it is in my repro. Then such downsized or downscaled viewport textures being upscaled. Render to a viewport, then downscale or shrink whatever renders such viewport texture. So basically a rasterized 512 to 32 pixels, worst quality, then scaled with our settings, which just makes the 32 by 32 double the pixel size. Yeah, I guess there is no upscaling happening. I'm trying to think about this. It's a matter of where does the rasterization happen? We have our icon button. We have an SVG icon and a button in a sub viewport. The SVG is 512 by 512, but the button only needs 32 by 32. So the rasterization happens. I guess we should be able to answer two questions. What if it happens before and what if it happens after? I'm not even sure before and after what though. Like before it gets into the viewport, I guess. Wait, yeah, we'd be able to test that here. If we just set this to like 512 by 512. Huh. Okay, here's where my brain is breaking. There's some way we can use an SVG in Godot and not have it ever look blurry. And I've now forgotten what that is. So I guess if we pull in trophy again and just bring this over here, this looks fine. And now if we scale this up to like 50x, I guess it doesn't look crisp anymore. But I think part of the reason for that is we scaled it by just modifying the scale property. We probably needed to modify, like we needed this to be a texture rectangle. And then we changed these things and then change the minimum size to like 512 by 512. That was the original size. I guess multiply this by 10 and multiply this by 10. So it's not crisp. So I was wrong about that. It's not that it looks good at any size. But then if I shrink this, which now I can't do. If I shrink this, why would it look good? How big is this? Why would this still look good? So what does that say up there? 3260? 32. So this is like 8 pixels tall? This can't be rasterized. That's impossible. Or it's not actually 8 pixels. I can't actually tell. But I guess if we just move this to the origin, we'd be able to see pretty easily. Where'd it go? Oh, is it there? No. I don't know where it is. Ah, found you. Okay, now we set the Y height to 8 pixels. Yeah. It's not possible for this to be rasterized. If this were 8 pixels tall, you would not see this kind of detail. The size is in the console. Where's the console? This? Oh. I don't think I ever knew that showed up there. That's pretty nice to know. It says resize to 8 by 1. Yeah. All right. Well, that's something interesting to know. So I guess I'll write that over here. If you put an SVG into a texture rect and make it 8 by 8, it definitely won't be rasterized in the editor. Or else you'd see a really blocky icon. And I guess that's what's confusing me, but you do the same thing inside of a button. And it will look bad. Let's delete this trophy thing. No, but there's a limit to how much you can increase this. How much you can increase the dimensions. So it's not rasterizing always. And that's the other part of this I don't get. Like if this truly is an SVG, we can make it literally any size we want, even if we want to make it 1 trillion by 1 trillion pixels. And if we were to take this, let's say, and make this a gigantic thing, 1024 by 1024, and hit reconvert, it looks crisp. If we make it 2048 by 2048, it looks crisp. It's always going to look crisp. So why doesn't that hold true for this one? If I set the height to 512 by 512, I mean, it's something to do with the SVG size. And it has to do with when Godot is rasterizing things. So like now it looks totally crisp. I haven't changed anything in Godot. All I did is change the size that the SVG reports. But that shouldn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter that it shouldn't matter. It's having an effect. So I guess we just adjust our worldview based on that, which is what we're seeing. It seems to be based on the width and height manifested in the SVG file itself. Which is why that one graphic could get a lot bigger, but it still hit the graininess at some point. So what do we take away from all of this stuff? Ideally, I don't want to worry about what the SVG size is as an input. I want it to just work. And I guess if we wanted that to work, we would need to write a script like this that figures out what size the button should be and knows that it's loaded in SVG. The problem is you can transparently use these, or I should say opaquely use these in any texture that you want. Like this thing is just a compressed texture. And when I go to quick load, I don't know what it's loading as. Oh, look at that. It says right there, 512 by 512. So it knows that to rasterize it. And if I set this to 32 by 32, yeah, now it says 32 by 32. Okay, that's also super helpful. We should write that down. In the inspector, you can see the dimensions of the SVG. Here I have run.svg, and I manually typed these things into the file. Into the SVG file. So it knows that it's 32 by 32. It says memory 4 kilobytes. And if we were to make that 512 by 512, presumably the memory would also increase. Yes, 100. So now it's 1 megabyte. But that means it's getting rasterized as soon as it's in the editor. So that's the last puzzle I have to figure out, which is if it's getting rasterized as soon as it's in the editor, then it means that if we were to shrink this to like 4 pixels by 4 pixels, that it can't possibly look good. There is no way for it to look like this. Because if you split this up into quarters, or not quarters, I guess, but into 16 pieces, like you'd have 4 pixels like that. So you'd be able to make out like a head maybe, and like a blob for an arm and a blob for a foot. But obviously we have more. You can count individual pixels here, like that one and that one. For us to have these individual pixels means it is not actually rasterized. So Godot is doing some magic here. I don't know what that is. And I don't understand. Like, is there some resource that tells us this? Online. So yeah, my question is, why does it seem like it draws as vector graphics when scaling down, but it doesn't do the same when scaling up? I don't know much of this, but would leaving the view box value in the SVG as 0, 0, 5, 12, 5, 12 while changing just the width and height cause some problems? I don't think so. Again, I think the view box is basically saying like, we're going to make a canvas that has 512 pixels across and 512 pixels down. So whatever you draw there, if we picture this, let's just say that it's 5 pixels by 5 pixels, right? So here's our graphic. And we're like, let's put a dot there and let's put a dot there. Now imagine scaling this whole thing up, which is what the width and height are going to do. Now this dot might actually be a 5 by 5 block in itself. That's what the width and height would control, but the view box is controlling how big the sort of source image was. I probably didn't make any sense right there. And that might not even be correct, what I said, even if it does make sense. But that's my understanding so far, and I think that's correct. But I still don't understand this bit. How does this get rasterized when above the original size, but when it's below the original size, it's drawn as a vector image? I don't understand that. And it's not even a problem. This is part of what confused me earlier. Godot render SVGs in the editor. Render SVG as a bitmap on demand at whatever resolution is needed. They don't guarantee it'll work for every SVG file, but if you're making your own SVG icons or sprites and they look right in Godot, great. Oh, okay. I guess I have a potential explanation for why they do things this way. It's not going to take more memory to render this in a lower size, but you will start using like exponentially more memory if you're rendering it in a higher size. Maybe that's why. It's still weird that that happens. I'm not even sure that's how this works. Okay, let's test this out, right? Let's get our... No, can we even test this out? We need to zoom in the game to like a 50x scale factor. I was going to say, what if we tried rendering an SVG that was like 4 pixels by 4 pixels and then zoomed in a ton? I don't know how we even do that. And I guess that brings us to the other question I never answered, which is if you back to run.svg, if you render this as a sprite and then shrink it, what is going on? No, it's not. It's not any different. When you render it as a sprite, it's fine. But if I did the same thing with a ping, there's no way this would work, right? I paste this in here and then I shrink this down to like 1 pixel. Wait, this is not the number of pixels. It's this times 512, so it's actually 32 pixels. But I can make it even smaller. All right, what do we need to make this? 1 divided by 512, and now it'll be 1 pixel. You can't even, it doesn't have the precision. You can't do that. Yeah, you can't do that. No, wait, no. We see up there. This is like 2 pixels big. Yeah, so this has nothing to do with SVGs. It's something Godot is doing with all graphics to make sure that you can still see them, even though this should just be a blob. I guess that's what I'm a little confused by. If I zoom in on any pixel here, like let's say the edge of this tree, I am now at the edge of the tree. I'm looking at just a gigantic black pixel. That's it. It's not that the tree just became visible in the same amount of space. So it's like whatever they're doing for zooming is different. But is that a setting? Am I going nuts here? Why would it scale this instead of... Oh. Oh, I think I see. Okay. I think we just conclude this is how the editor works, because this doesn't just happen with SVGs. It happens with pings as well. I think this is just how the editor works. If you take a 512 by 5, whatever that is, I want to figure out the how big this is. How big is this thing? 32 by 32. Okay, sure, whatever. If you take a 32 by 32 ping and scale it down so that it takes up 2 pixels, then at 100% zoom, you'll see 2 pixels. At 6400% zoom, you'll see the original image. This is just how the editor works to let you know what... Yeah, no, this is just how the editor works. But that's not how your game would work if you were to zoom into 6400%, unless you did it through a camera, I guess. This is probably how your game would work too, if you zoomed the camera in by 6400%. Okay, so no matter what, it's rasterizing. That answers that question. So yeah. So conclusion, Godot rasterizes your SVGs as soon as they're loaded into the editor. For proof, look at this. Okay, so now how does that fit in with the other thing I was working on 30 minutes ago? So it's getting rasterized immediately. Oh yeah, so that was our question, right? Why did a 512 by 512 SVG looks bad in a 32 by 32 button? And it has to do with which thing is responsible for scaling it. I'm not actually positive that's what's happening there. But when scaled outside of the viewport, what size is this? 32 by 32. And what is this? Run.svg. Okay, let's go make this 512 by 512 again. All right, so now the size of this is huge. And we have the same thing inside of this button. Yes. And we have its minimum size set to 32 by 32. So here it looks fine, but here would always look fine no matter what. But we can put this same button, which is just a texture rectangle. We can put this inside instance slot, and these are going to look different now. And that's where the scaling differs. I want to figure out how it differs. Or do these look identical? They're not identical. And yeah, they're doing the blockiness thing again. So what's my explanation for this? We take some gigantic SVG, we cram it into a tiny button. Why would this look blocky? The blockiness would only be if it's getting scaled up by 2x at some point, which I guess it is through the content scale factor, but then these things would look identical. They do. Oh. Okay. I think that might have clarified the missing piece for me. Originally, I filed this bug because I came to that same conclusion, and I filed it with a different title. And I don't know if there's a history of that anymore. No, I think I fixed it before I even hit file bug. But originally what I called this was something like content scale factor results in blurriness. Yeah, I even wrote that here. I originally thought this was caused by content scale factor. But wait a second. What that means is that the content scale factor is kind of causing this bug for us. Yeah, which means I filed this wrong. Yeah, wait a second, right? I think content scale factor is causing this bug. No. That's what they were telling me. That's where the upscaling comes from. Okay. I think I finally pieced it together. No, it's not that. It's, well, only sort of. It's what's responsible for scaling up the graphics after drawing to a sub viewport. So the original size of the SVG doesn't matter if you're not ever scaling back up. And we don't scale back up unless content scale factor is set. And that is what results in our blurry buttons. But could this ever look better than this? It's only got 32 pixels to render, so there's only so much quality we'd ever get there. How do we do that then? We go over to that website and we set this to 32 by 32. So that's as good as this can ever look. But our thing doesn't look like that, right? Oh, I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. Let's paste this into here. And then, oh, I might be zoomed into my browser too though, right? We need to make sure that this is set to 0. It is set to 0. Yeah. So this is the normal zoom level. And then the game pixels don't match that, do they? They're half the size because we're on a high DPI display. And that's what I said was the other confounding factor here. This is actually rendering in half the height as this thing over here. This is 32 by 32. But wouldn't Chrome also know that I'm on a high DPI display? Where do we set this thing? No, the high DPI is just content scale factor. God, this is so confusing. Content scale factor. On Mac, they have something. I don't know where this is in our code. This, here it is. Scale, get screen scale. Returns the scale factor of the specified screen by index. Note, on Mac, the return value is 2 for high DPI screens and 1 for all other cases. So I have a high DPI screen, so this is going to return 2. Hey, Maestro, and thank you. Hey, Cloud Computing. Try to change the DPI in Chrome with the dev tools. But shouldn't Chrome itself already know this? I shouldn't need to change this on a site. I don't want to go looking through the settings right now because I think there's some private stuff in there, but Chrome set DPI. Set DPI scaling, right click, shortcut tab, force device scale factor, and high DPI support. Like maybe I just had this turned off. I'll search really fast off screen. Let's take a look. Settings, DPI. No results found. Okay, what about Chrome ://flags? DPI. High DPI tab capture. No, they don't have any settings that sound like this would actually control this. Maybe if I search for Retina? No. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's still F12 to open DevTools. But I get my question is basically like, why is Godot reporting a scale of 2? Wouldn't Chrome do that for every single website for me? And what is this scale? Screen gets scale. This is something we call. We call it right here, and we set the scale of this and then return it unless we're on some other operating system. And we use this to figure out the content scale factor. Yeah. So all we're doing is setting this to, wait, no, then why is this taking up half the size? Okay, wait, that part I don't have an explanation for. 32 by 32. Yeah, right. If I take a picture of this, this is 16 points tall. And I can stop showing them in points, and it is actually 32 pixels. But doesn't that mean that Chrome's rendering it at 64 pixels? They're different sizes, right? I'm not just making that up. I put them side by side. I think this is, let's take a look. This thinks that it's 32 points. So if I turn off the points thing, it thinks it's 60 pixels. So yeah, why is it double the size? What does Chrome think it is? Inspect. Should think it's 32 by 32. I have to scroll down super far. Yeah, it thinks it's 32 by 32. But it's rendering at 64 by 64. Oh, why does that happen? Why would these two apps be different? Hang on a sec. Engage privacy mode. Let me take a look at something really fast. I'm on a 4K display, but I have the resolution set to 1080p. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Could I open this image in GIMP and take a look at that? Like, let's download this 32 by 32 image. So this, save. We're going to call this run 32x32. And then I'm going to open this in GIMP specifically. And we're going to keep the zoom set to 0. Well, not 0, sorry. We're going to set it to 100%, which I think is what it starts as. Yeah, it's set to 100%. So now if I take a picture of this, what does it think this is? 32 points as well, which is 64 pixels. Why is this game rendering it like half the scale then? Oh, that must be... Okay, hold on a second. That must be what Godot does. Godot content scale factor. And this is just an engine thing. Where's the documentation about this? There should be something here about content scale factor. Yeah, they talk about it, but do they have a... They do have a document about this. Specifies the base scale of Windows content when its size is equal to content scale size. The base size of the content, nodes that are drawn inside the window. If non-zero, Windows content will be scaled when the window is resized to a different size. Okay. So on Chrome or in GIMP, if I open a 32 by 32 image, Shutter reports its size as 32 points or 64 pixels. In Godot, when running the game, the size is 16 points or 32 pixels. Hang on one second. Okay, sorry about that. I think this is why they have content scale factor. But then it affects sub viewports in a way that doesn't just let you enable this with no side effects. But even that I'm not positive about. So if I were to scale this to 3x, do we see like 3x blocky pixels? It's kind of hard to tell, but I guess if we just do this, we should be able to tell. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3 times. Yeah, so that's the issue. So what's supposed to be what's supposed to be the fix for this? If I multiply my SVGs by 3 as well, does that fix that? No, the size of this doesn't matter at all. It's technically going to render at 96 by 96, but I don't think this is going to matter because of everything else that we already explored earlier, right? This is still blocky, isn't it? Yeah, and it's still blocky at the same size as this thing. Do we have any comparisons? This one, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the size of the SVG is. Yeah, so how are you supposed to fix this? There's another scale setting. I mean, we could try messing around with that. I didn't mean to just do whatever I did. Where'd that go? Yeah. Yeah, there's another scale factor setting somewhere. This content scale size. Base size of the content, nodes that are drawn inside the window. If non-zero, Windows content will be scaled when the window is resized to a different size. Content scale size. Do we use that? No. And every time we change the content scale factor, we do it through this. Yep. Yeah. So what if we just change the other thing? Content scale size equals scale factor. This is a vector. All right, whatever. Just make a new vector 2y of 2, 2. We'll just set that. Or 3, 3. and then get rid of the content scale factor. What does it say though about that? How to scale this? Oh, oh, I see what this is for. We have this disabled, so this will never matter. We could set this to 1,000,000. It's not going to make a difference. Yeah, if I run this right now, everything's going to look the same. And we can't ever change this. And now I understand what does what. Yeah, so everything looks exactly the same. It's not going to change anything. It would look different if we were to go customize this, which is how do you scale? Not that. It's near this though. This thing, mode. If we set mode to canvas items or viewport, we would see this get scaled. So if I set this to canvas items and then refresh, things are going to look 3 times bigger, I think, but probably in like broken ways. Yeah. But I don't know what's happening exactly there. But yeah, our like base resolution is, I don't know, something's wrong. We're not trying to support this, so that's not a problem. Same thing if we chose viewport, we'd see something else happen. I don't know what. It would look probably pretty bad. Yeah, same general thing. And the reason why that's happening, I'm pretty sure, is because something thinks it's got a size of 2 by 2. I don't know why it was showing 3 by 3 right there, but I've seen 2, 2 show up in a bunch of changes before. And then we update the window size and everything's just fine. But yeah. All right, so this doesn't matter. It's just this. And yeah, I don't know what to do about this. I think it's file another Godot bug. And I think that's what I was trying to communicate here, but I'd already spent like 2 hours on it and then just stopped as soon as I hit blurriness here. But I don't think that's the right thing. So wait a second though, there could be a way to fix this, right? It's to render at triple the resolution of this viewport and then scale this, scale this down after you apply the content scale factor, which we can't even, there's no after. It's an editor setting. Or an engine setting, I mean. So the SVG thing that I was talking about doesn't really matter here, right? Can we make an image to make this a little bit easier to test with? Let's make a new 32 by 32 image and just fill in every pixel manually. I want the pencil tool. Set the size to 1. And I want something colorful here. Let's pick red. How do you draw lines? Whoa. Ah, it's the bug you can't get out of. This stupid thing. Whoops. Yeah, I've had this happen before. There's no way to even close GIMP at this point because you can't click any dialogues. Oh wait, no, I could. Okay, thank goodness. Well, still, I don't know how to get out of that gracefully. Let's try that again. Make a new thing. 32 by 32. I guess we could just do this, and then I only need to draw half the number of lines. And we'll just pick like some bluish color here. All right, I just want them to alternate. Yeah, all right, that's good enough. Let's just copy this now. There. Okay, and then every so often, let's have one of these lines be green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Sure. All right, there. So there's our image. Let's export this as, what happened to Having that GIMP dialogue I had open. It just disappeared. What happened in that dialogue? Do I just need to open it again? It thinks it's open. I can't find it. There it is. But now where is it? Are you serious? Oh, whoa, I rescued it with a keyboard shortcut. Okay, cool. Yeah, great. So let's figure this out. Downloads. We're going to call this red, blue stripes. There's some green ones in there too. All right, so we got our red, blue stripes. Now I want to make a new something. I guess let's go get our minimal repro from this, which is already on my computer. I don't need to open a new one. XSMR. What does that mean? Autonomous sensory memory response. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, we're going to figure this out. We're going to do it. So texture, let's load in our stripe thing. Put that in there. Load in stripes. What's all that blank space around this? Oh, the shader? We don't need that. And I guess we want this to have a texture filter of nearest so it looks crisp. Yeah, and then same thing with this. Stripes. Nearest. Okay, so this is not blurry. But if we run this and change the content scale factor, it will be blurry. No, it's still not. What? That's not expected. Okay. Okay, this just shattered my brain. One of these should be blurry. Neither one is. So, okay. Hang on. This means something else is scaling up, I think. Isn't the green blurry on the right one? Yeah, you're right. That is probably caused by this. It doesn't fix that. What is causing that? Let's add another button in that says 16x so that I can, or 12 or something, I don't know. 12x. Okay, then let's go modify this script and set this to 12. There. No, that's a whooper. You can't fool me. Did it open? Did it just fail? Did I have a syntax error inside that file? 12x pressed. Ah, that's why. Okay, let's do that again. Oh, it still says 8x. Forgot to change that. Where's the... There it is. Yeah, so it is a little bit blurry. But the pixel sizes are the same. And I'm okay with, I guess, am I okay with that? I don't know, a tiny bit of blurriness as long as the pixels look like they're the same, like, block size. I just don't get it, though. What? Why does this not repro my problem? What's the scale thing set to? Disabled. Yeah. Why does it look different in Skeleseller? Wait, this is the problem I had last time too when I was trying to repro this. It's not unless I put this into a smaller rectangle that we have a problem. Size 128. What? So if I said 8, you can't make it a size of 8? Because what? Maybe this one can be 8? That one can be 8? Yeah, that messes up a whole lot. Although that doesn't really matter. What's the size of the original image? 32 by 32, I think. Yeah, right. 32 by 32. No, that looks messed up. This is 32 by 32, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Hey, Jota. So, can you take the sub viewport from Skeleseller, put it into a scene, and instantiate here for comparison? Yeah, I could probably try that. But before we get to that, I'm trying to figure out why does this look like trash here? Like, what's doing that? What would do that? The the viewport has stretch on. Okay, oh, I see. The viewport is huge. We need it to be just the size of this thing. We can't even do that. You recommend this keyboard? Yeah. Yeah, I like it a lot. God, this is like the world's hardest problem. How do we fix this? I want the size of this to be smaller. Yeah, there. And then I want this thing to be at 0, 0 in there. Good. And now why does it still look blurry? This sub viewport looks fine. What is causing this thing to render that way? What is this default texture? Repeat? Oh, I don't care about repeat. Maybe this is the oversampling stuff with SDF if I set scale to 100%. No, none of this stuff matters. None of this seems to matter. Oh, that is very, very bizarre. What if I set this to 64 by 64? Doesn't make a difference. 16 by 16 definitely does. 128 by 128. The size just needs to be at least whatever we're rendering. I wonder if I set this to 64 by 64 and then this as well. Although just setting that should be all that it takes. There is no texture repeat. Enabling this isn't going to do it here. There's just something I don't get about this, and I don't know what it is. I feel like it should be apparent why we're not seeing crisp lines here. Maybe sub viewport container can't do it. Maybe it's a power of 2 thing. Hey, Sidu, did you check the settings for rendering textures? Yeah, I've got it set to linear here, or sorry, nearest, which should scale up pixel art so there are crisp lines. This one is doing that. So if I were to scale this up even more, it should still look good. Yeah. So like clearly this one is scaling with the right settings. When you're importing the texture, is there a filter there? If there were, it wouldn't look good over here, but I don't think there is. Mode lossless, channel, generate mid maps. I mean, maybe the mid maps would matter for this. Even then, I don't think it should. Shouldn't even be using mid maps. Source normal. Pre-multiply alpha. There is no alpha in here anyway. Re-import with the size limit. Yeah, none of this stuff seems to matter. Basis, universal, disabled. Yeah, none of this. I want to diff the project files. I looked at this when I originally made the repro and tried to make them match. I can diff those too, but I think there's something about sub viewport container. Like, I wouldn't expect it to look like, oh wait, no. Of course it would look like that. Hang on a second, because I'm zooming in the editor and that's how sub viewport containers scale. This looks probably exactly like how this would look if I had zoomed out all the way. Well, they use different scaling factors, but yes, that is what's going on here. So you're not supposed to zoom in. It doesn't look blurry like this. You only see the blurriness when you artificially zoom in. If I set this to linear, does it look like how? No, it doesn't. Okay, but it's not being scaled. So what does this bring us to? That we're scaling up our sub viewport in 2 ways? We're probably scaling it up in 2 ways then. Like, that's why this thing looked bad originally, right? I had this set to whatever, and this set to whatever. I don't know, something like that. And then I expanded. No, it's not expanding that. That does anything, though. It was expanding this. It's probably that. Let's set this to 128 by 128. And then let's set this to 128 by 128. So this, when fully zoomed out, should look pretty much identical to this if I set it to the same size. Why do these look different? Why are they different sizes? I have them both set to 128 by 128. This is a canvas layer. This doesn't have a scale, does it? No. Minimum size is not set. Minimum size on this isn't set. So if you had a 64x button, you think the texture would look fine? The original problem is something. It's really hard to explain all this because my brain's already fried, but I'll at least show the problem because it's very easy to show. So here we're rendering 2 different icons. Sorry, we're rendering the same icon twice. On the right, it's rendered outside of a viewport container, and on the left, it's rendered inside of a viewport container. And on the left, you can see that the block size of these pixels, like 1 pixel on the left is equal to 3 pixels on the right. And I guess it's most obvious right around like here, let's say. No, maybe here where you can line them up. Yeah. So here you can see a block on the left is equal to 3 pixels on the right. And that is my content scale factor. I don't know why we're using the content scale factor to make block sizes like that here, but I can't repro this in just a standalone project. So I made a graphic that'll let us see how big is each individual pixel here because there are stripes on each of these. But now it's not happening. I don't know what I did wrong. And the most recent problem is this is apparently 128 pixels. And this is also apparently 128 pixels. And they're obviously different sizes. So like, what is causing that? Is this sized by the container? No, it's not. And this isn't even a container. And this doesn't have a scale set on it at all. And if I just move this out of here anyway, it doesn't change the size. This is set to fit width, but it's 128 pixels. Wait, which one's wrong? This goes from 125 up to whatever. So this is 64 pixels. The bigger one seems to be wrong given the ruler at the top. I think this one's correct. Yeah, it goes from about 200 to about 350, which is, yeah, 128 pixels. So that's probably right. I mean, we could see exactly. It's like 200 and... what is that? That's 212, so 206, so 203 maybe. to 328. Yeah, it's this one's a correct size. This one isn't. I don't know why that's happening. Size 2D override. Does this change anything? It can change something. What is this doing? What is that? What? I don't know what this property even is. Huh. Hey, Yasha. It shouldn't be this hard to figure out why this is half the size it should be. Oh, there it is. There's a scale set to half. I'm going nuts here. I'm going absolutely nuts. I could have sworn I looked for that earlier. All right, so these are exactly the same. And content scale factor doesn't affect them at all. Although it does make the blurriness apparent. But even that, I think I'd be okay with. I just need to figure out how the block sizes are different. Yeah, so I guess at this point we're at pulling things in through Skeleseller to try to find out what's different. If I just compare these myself though, like we have instance slot.tscn, oh, other VS Code, instance slot.tscn. So let's take this, put this over in this VS Code and load up the other scene that we have, which I guess we never loaded a project, so I can't see that easily. But there's main, so let's just go load up main. Main.tscn, here it is. Okay, so what is the difference with these two things? Why doesn't this have syntax highlighting? What does it think this syntax highlighting is? GD scene. Oh, I thought it was type TSCN. All right, so what's the difference? We got a sub viewport container. There should be one over here too. Here it is. Custom minimum size is set over here. Stretch is true for both of them. Size flags shouldn't matter. The custom minimum size could matter though. What would that mean? That we're trying to render to an irregular shape, but that's the size of the instance. That is the entire size that we need. Anyway, then we have a sub viewport. Disable 3D is on, handle input locally is off. Texture filter set to the same. Here I set oversize and everything. I don't know if that was actually necessary. I don't think it made a difference. And we can just turn it off. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make a difference. I have a size 2D override here of 32, but even that I think is unnecessary. Let's turn that off. Yeah, it's unnecessary. And those two things are the same. We have a camera over here. The camera shouldn't impact the UI. And that's that. Well, where do we add in the instance? Let's go take a look at that. Instance slot. Wrong VS Code again. Add child to the viewport. What is viewport? Viewport is the sub-container viewport slash viewport. So it is this. So we're adding it to the sub viewport. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe something in environment. You mean like the project settings? It could be something there. I don't think it is, but we can load that stuff up too. All right, so where's the project settings for this thing? I'm not positive this is the right project, but it probably is. Let's go see. Reveal in Finder. Yep, it is. And then we should have a Godot project somewhere. There it is. Then we load this up into here. Okay. So here's one of the projects. Here's the other project. And now we diff the two. It's going to be a pretty large diff because one of them is a fake project. But for anything... Okay, on the left we have Skeleseller. And we don't have a viewport width and height set. I don't think that matters. We don't have a custom mouse. We have snap 2D vertices to pixel. And that's not on over here. I don't think that matters. Snap to pixel. Turn that on. Then we have a bunch of unnecessary stuff like input settings. Yeah, so I've just turned this on. Oh, this says snap 2D transforms to pixel. Is this VS Code? Yeah, this is VS Code. And welcome in. Snap 2D transforms to pixels. So that's the only one I actually had on, not the vertices. It's possible that's what was causing that. Because maybe the content scale factor then... No, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I am so lost. The only thing I could think is it has to do with the size of this. Oh, maybe this doesn't match the size it's being rendered in. I never thought about that. Okay, let's go take a look at that. No, but then this would have to get scaled up, and nothing will scale it up. It's inside of a panel container. Panel container takes up the full rectangle. This has a minimum size. Oh my God, is that it? Is it that this thing doesn't take up the full size of whatever this is? The instance slot, I guess, should be the same size as this, 512 by 288. But it's going to get added somewhere. Something adds in the instance slot. I think it's instances manager. Yeah, I think we set the size of those too. Instance slot. We should have an add child to this. Yes, here it is. So what? It's the instances container inside the instances manager. Instances manager. There's a container there. This container wouldn't know how to set the size of something. It just gets added here. It's a box container though. So what if we just instantiate in an instance slot? What happens? This thing gets a size of 530 by 296. That's slightly larger than what I want. But I think it's larger by a factor of the border size. What am I building? I'm making a game called Skeleseller. There is a Steam page there. Can you confirm this in the remote tree? Yeah, I can take a look at that. Let me close this. We already have this open. And the content scale factor is set to what? Actually, the content scale factor shouldn't matter. But I guess let's keep it at 3x. And go look at this instance slot. Here, it's 530 by 296. Okay, but then underneath the instance slot is where I want to go find. So instances manager, instance container, instance slot, sub viewport container. So this is 512 by 288 inside of a 530 by 296. Why is there an 18 pixel difference? The border's not 9 pixels. Maybe the scaling isn't divisible by 4. It is divisible by 4. It's 72 in the Y direction and 128 in the X direction. This one is at least. This one isn't, but I'm not. This is set to fill vertically, so it would be set automatically to 296, but I don't know if that's going to cause this to scale. And it's only a minimum size that's set here anyway in sub viewport container. So I guess what we need to do is we need to put this inside of a panel container and then that inside of something else. So we add a panel container and we put this up here. And that just made everything disappear. And then we give this the size that we wanted. Probably 128 by 128. This made everything disappear. I think because the position of this is now off. Yeah. This is super messed up. I think this needs to be set to fill the parent. Yeah, there we go. It must be the border because the viewport should only take the tile map size. So this being in a panel didn't matter. But what if the panel is bigger than the thing that we're rendering? It just puts extra space around it. Yeah. It's not actually scaling this thing at all. In fact, even making this any bigger doesn't matter. But then what if we put that inside of an HBox container or something? So put this up here, put this inside it. And it doesn't change anything. 512, 288. This is not 512 by 288. No, these two are though. That's fine. And then the instance itself. The instance has a whole bunch of stuff in it. All right, well, we can just change the sizes on things at runtime, can't we? Can I just make this larger? Is the game even running? Yeah. All right, what happens if I just make this bigger? Okay, so right now I'm changing the instances manager. This is very bizarre to me. Like, we have another instance slot there? What is this thing doing? What is going on? What? That's where Jeremy lives. What is this thing? I don't know. It's got a border and everything too. I don't know where this thing is coming from. Is it this? It is this. It's a panel container. Oh, it's another instance slot, but I don't know. I don't know why that exists. Can I just restart this whole thing? So let's start a battle the normal way. So here's our battle. Do we now have two instances over here as well? No, now we only have one. Okay, maybe it has to do with the debug function I used. Let's try that again. So I'm going to click this, create instance. That might be creating two somehow. And maybe that's just a bug in how we create instances. No, it's still not. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Oh, maybe it was when I manually instantiated an instance slot. Maybe that got done at runtime. It probably did. Anyway, here's our thing. So I tried changing the size of that. I want to try changing the size of other things now. So if we expand the size of this, it's not changing the aspect ratio of anything. Let's say shrink it. Well, just clipping things, I guess. This is supposed to be 512. Then the viewport, if I change this, it's not going to do anything. I could override the size to 256 by 144, let's say. That makes everything look bigger. I could just turn this off because that's not important. I can't see any setting here. This is a coughing. No, that's a Pikachu. What do I change to get this to break? The minimum size of this thing is changing. We also have a size that's controlled by the... What is controlling this? Preset center bottom. If I just say full rectangle. Yeah, this stuff doesn't seem to matter. It's not changing the blurriness of this. Can you describe the problem again? Maybe get new ideas for debugging? Yeah, sure. So I'll take a picture of it this time and save it so I don't do this a bunch of times. We have a content scale factor here set to 3x. So it's going to scale everything up by 3 times. And the problem we're hitting is that when we render, so let me draw some text. Yeah, it's gonna be too big. Okay, never mind. Let's not draw any text. The one on the left is drawn inside of a sub viewport, and the one on the right is drawn outside of a sub viewport, but they're the same icon. And if you just kind of line up any of these pixels, I gotta figure out how to draw a line in GIMP. But yeah, if we just draw a straight line across here, you can see that 1 pixel on the left is equal to 3 pixels on the right. So like if we just look at this 1 pixel here, it's actually the height of 3 pixels and the width of 3 pixels. And that is our content scale factor. So why is it making this look blocky, like 3 times as blocky basically, in that project? But over here, when I render 2 things side by side and I change the content scale factors, there's seemingly no difference. Like why when I click 8x are we not seeing like 1 red line take up 8 pixels? I don't have an explanation for this. There's got to be some difference between Skeleseller and this. And I've looked and I can't find it and I can't repro this. So it means Skeleseller is doing something weird, and just what could it be? We have the whole remote scene right here. And here's our sub viewport container, or viewport, and then the stuff that we put in it. This is inside of a node. Could that possibly matter? I don't think so. I mean, we could put it inside of a node and see. Nope. Is it the camera zoom? It didn't seem to be the camera zoom. The camera zoom doesn't affect the UI scale. So if I change the camera zoom here and we set it to like 5, let's say, you can see that the instance got a lot bigger, but the buttons are still the same. And on the flip side of that, if I change the camera scale to 0.5, you'll see it looks totally zoomed out. But again, the buttons are the same. Can you import the same image in the test scene for reference? Yeah, I can. Could be an issue with math at the 3x, but not 2x or 4x. This is repro with 2x in Skeleseller. Yeah, it does repro with 2x, yeah. Alternatively, we could try using this image in Skeleseller. But yeah, sure. Let's load in run.svg. Wait, is that relevant, I wonder? Is it because that's an SVG? Did we try with a ping? I don't know if I did. Yeah. Maybe this is an SVG thing. But I thought I ruled that out because I think it gets rasterized immediately and it should just be treated the same as a ping. Hang on a second. Let me think about this. Did I rule that out? I don't know. But here we have... What is this using? This is run.svg. Okay, I want this to be the ping now. Quick load run ping. It's 32 by 32. And then in the instance, we use the same thing here. Quick load run ping. Is that problematic? Because if this doesn't repro right now, then it is an SVG thing. They're the same size pixels. What? I think this, I don't know about this. This only seems to repro with SVGs. All right, take care, left. Just enjoy your food. Yeah, let's go plug this into here. Where is that file? Run.svg, reveal. Okay, I want this in the new project here. And then we want to load these in. Quick load run. Quick load run. This is, oh God, this is what I did originally. And I already see that there are different levels of blockiness. But hang on, let's check the size of this before I mess anything else up. It's 512 by 512. So we could set this to be the same size that it was supposed to be in the other project, which is 32 by 32. Can we open this in... I just got to be careful about how I do this. In fact, let's just close out of everything there. Don't save. And don't save. Okay, going to start again. VS Code is open. Load this. Do the whole text editor thing. Am I on some weird profile right now? Yeah, I am. Set this to 32 by 32, which is the height of the other graphic that we had. Now they both look blurry, but at different blockiness levels when I start this thing up. No, they're the same. So it's an SVG problem in Skeleseller, but not here. That still doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Yasha, this happens in 2x scaling factor as well. Whatever the scale factor is set to, that's the like blockiness difference. They're not exactly the same. Yeah, I know, but I just mean that the pixel size is the same. I know this one looks a little bit blurrier. Set the scale property and import settings to get the right level of detail. Can you link the thing that says that? Because I did find that property, but I'm still not sure why. I'm not sure why we can't repro this blockiness thing. Oh, ChatGPT said that. I see. Yeah. Maybe it's something to do with SVG translating to raster. But why can't I get this to work in a standalone project? Like the only thing going on in this project is just the sub viewport compared to the regular texture and then some buttons to just make it easier to scale. And I don't get why we're not seeing this same thing happen. How do we set the content scale factor over here, I wonder? Main.gd. This sets it at the root of the tree. I wonder... The script is on the root node anyway. And in Skeleseller, it's done through the game settings, which presumably has the root that everything else has. Unless it's somehow just setting it in the UI. God, that'd be a trip. I don't think that's a thing. You can only set this on Windows anyway. But it's set in the window. Yeah, but there are, I think there are multiple windows. I don't know though. Panel can't override the filter settings, right? The panel cannot, no. All right, where do we set content scale factor? Right here, root window. Where do we get the root window from? Where are you? Oh, it's just passed in the entire way through. Tree.root, get tree.root. This is wherever main is, which is, yeah, definitely the root window. Although this is technically when loading from a save file. We want to see what happens when you set it through the settings. Game settings menu, content scale factor, here it is. We pass in the root window being get tree.root of whatever game settings menu is located in. Which, if we click remote, is probably inside the UI. Yeah, right there. So this is not a window though, right? What is this thing? Canvas layer. Canvas layer isn't a window, is it? No, it's not. Can we click this? Yes. Yeah, it's just a node. This is the window. Yeah, and there's only the one window. And I guess we have a content scale factor set in here, right? Yes, we do, and it's set to 3. So we could just dynamically change this to whatever we want. Well, I think things are going to go off the screen if we do that. But, whoops, I did not mean to click that. So if I expand this, wait a sec. This is using pings though. This is using pings. That's why we're not seeing the problem. Hang on a sec. Got to undo this. Oh God. I hate what I'm doing right now. I would really just like for there to be some easy answer. It's been 3 hours and I don't know if we're closer to an answer, but I don't know. This kind of persistence has helped in the past. Although probably a break would be in order now. But we press on for now. All right, this is getting a 512 by 512, and we probably want that to be not that way. (32 by 32). Time for a big dub. I mean, if we get this isn't even that big of a win, to be honest. No one's commented on it. I think it looks bad though, and I assume that people on high retina or high DPI displays would probably notice it more than others. All right, so here's the one, here's the other. We go fix this, run.svg, loads in a 32 by 32. That looks fine. We run this again. I don't need to change the view box, no. That's basically like the canvas on which it draws, and then the whole thing gets rendered using the width and height I just set. All right, so wait, is this problematic? No, these look the same again. I am so utterly confused by this. I did just change the width and height. We could set these back. It should re-import. It did. I relaunched this. It's... Yeah, I guess I'll look at this. They're basically saying render it and then use the filtering that is applied on a canvas element. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're essentially doing the same thing in Godot. Do we opt for extracting this UI out of the instance, even if we have to be a bit hacky? I don't know. I think this is still worth trying to figure out for a little bit longer. Okay, so this shows it. This is when I use a 512 by 512 thing and then scale it down. And only when the SVG's width and height are set too high in the file itself. E.g. at 512 by 512, we'll see the content scale factor apply blockiness to the pixels. At 32 by 32, we see nothing. So that's how we could repro this over here, which we're about to go do. So we set this to 512 by 512. We load this again, and we immediately see the blockiness. Yeah. But as I mentioned earlier, I thought it should be exacerbated by the content scale factor. It might be. It's almost impossible to tell here because we're not getting crisp pixels. So it's hard to compare, you know, how many is 12 pixels over. Well, I guess we can easily figure that out. Man, I can't render on individual pixels, but anyway, that's 4, 7, 10, 11, 12. It's like that, maybe. And how many does that correspond to over here? It's 18 points. So if we can just find any single pixel over here, yeah, like this. And it's blurry, so it's hard to tell, but it says 12 points. And I think that's actually more. So I don't think it's exact. Wait. 12x. Maybe it doesn't have to do with the... No, I don't know. Should I 32 by 32 in the view box? If I do it in the view box, so everything renders wrong. So I don't think we can change this one because then it'll render wrong even in the editor, I think. I probably changed the wrong thing, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Let's change this one. Yeah, so here's what this looks like. They just disappear. And even if I set this to 32 by 32, we start seeing weird stuff happen. Can't even type anymore. Yeah, they just don't show up anymore. I don't think you can change the view box is the conclusion we came to earlier. I'm changing the wrong thing again. Any compression settings? There are some, but I don't think they had any impact. I think the only problem here has to do with the source of the SVG that we then scale. Well, wait a second. Then this probably is not SVG related, and I just never made a ping that is big enough for me to have noticed this. But we could go try that now too. We set this to 512 by 512. Reconvert. Save this. Rename this to something that makes it obvious. 512, 512. Then go put this inside the... I guess over here is fine. And then use that as the source of our images. And prove that this doesn't have to do with SVGs, I guess. Yeah, it's still a problem. And the way we fix this is by making this thing be 512 by 512, right? Or maybe this. There's no way to even set that, is there? I don't know what I'm changing. But it's not the right thing. Yeah, so I don't think this has to do with SVGs. And again, that makes sense. So this only repros when the images are larger than they need to be when they're rendered. Hey, Cloud Computing, thanks for subscribing. Welcome in. You didn't enable the 2D override? Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was even needed. It is. And then we render this at a larger size too. But then why does this look bad? Oh, it looks bad because we need to zoom out. That's another thing I got to remember. Although it still looks a little bit different. Is there anything you do in code for scaling and zooming? There are some things, but I don't think it's anything that would affect this. And even right now, we're seeing this same sort of problem happen. And I'm not even running Skeleseller. This is just the minimal repro. Where's the canvas texture stuff? Canvas item filter, linear, nearest. I don't know what we want this set to. I guess just whatever this one's set to, which is nearest. So we set both of these to nearest as well. That one's already set there, and that one's set there too. So these should look pretty much as close as they can, and they don't. You can see that this has this smooth anti-aliasing, which again suggests that this is being scaled. I just can't figure out where it's being scaled. This is all set to 512 by 512. Maybe we don't turn this thing on. There were some very subtle differences though, even when we were just trying to draw straight lines. So something's off. And I don't know what. Isn't there some like snap vertices thing in here too? Yeah, there is. That doesn't have any input or any change. All right, well, I don't know. Is it this? I don't think that has any. I don't think any of these have any change. HDR 2D. No, I don't see this have any effect. Unless we have to oversample and then set some of these things on. But no, I don't think it's having an impact. Yeah, I don't think it is. Wild. So if we lower our icon sizes, I mean, I might as well go back to testing something that's actually reasonable here. We lower these, they're 32 by 32. And then I launch Skeleseller. I should see these look practically identical. And that's basically it. That's like as good as we're going to get. Why did the button stop working? Is it because this thing is absorbing mouse clicks? No. Can you measure the icon inside the button? It's not 32, right? It should be 3 times that amount. And then with the, like, I don't know. Yeah. So it's 90. But there was probably like a pixel of padding on either side. So it's probably 96. But yeah, it's hard to say because of how this stuff works. But yeah, I think it's the right size. Yeah, I still don't know why I can't click that. Did I break something there? Because I want to be able to see what happens at the end of the battle. And I don't know how I would have broken this. Have I even changed anything here? Texture filter. Oh, the control is absorbing it probably. Oops. Take this, set this to ignore. There, now we should be able to stop this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so these graphics look perfectly crisp. And I guess what we could do is we could put a flea button inside of here, or just make one of these use the flea icon. It doesn't make a difference. So yeah, let's go to end battle screen. And let's go add another button. We'll just duplicate this one. And we'll call this Testeroni. And give it an icon that is the run icon. Run.svg. All right. That didn't update. So let's just restart this. If we set the buttons have double the size and also double the viewport 2D override, would that make any difference? It might. I'm kind of just baffled at this point. Wait a second. This doesn't look crisp like the other ones. Are these buttons bigger? Thanks, Broken Crown. Is the scaling the same in that screen? It should be. Scale is set to 1. Yeah, it should be. Okay, this might have to do with the icon size now. I guess let's try setting this back to 64 by 64. Now we refresh this. Actually, technically, I guess it should be 96 by 96, huh? Yeah, that looks pretty crisp. I don't know what size it needs to be to look as crisp as possible. How about this? Let's take a picture. And let's set the size 1 level higher. And see if that makes a difference. All right, so we'll go put this picture in GIMP. So this is 64 by 64. And this is 96 by 96. So we're going to paste this here. Whoops, I'm trying to move it. Let's change the canvas size to 500 by 500. All right, now we paste in. Yeah, this one on the right is better. Okay, so it basically means when you're rendering inside a sub viewport container, you need the size of the button to match exactly. But then we're still going to run into a problem because you're going to get scaled up. So during the battle, if I just repeat this, we're going to see the main button look bad. anchor this down. Yeah. Still don't know how to fix that problem. Oh wait, no, that's using 96 by 96 though. Oh, there's no scaling this thing. There's no way to win. Yeah, we would need to render the viewport at like triple the size. I think that's it. So if I set this back down to 32. Then we load a battle. And I take a picture. And I paste it into GIMP. Yeah, it'll never look as crisp as the other ones. I'm using an SVG here. But I still don't think SVG versus ping has anything to do with this. Let me make sure I'm actually correct about that. Yeah, correct on that one. And yeah, on that one. Yeah, they're using SVGs. But so is the end battle screen. The end battle screen looks fine. So yeah, I can think of two solutions. Two potential solutions. Make all sub viewports bigger by a factor of the content scale factor. And then shrink them. Or render the UI outside of a sub viewport container. So if it's SVG, why do you use smaller size? Is it performance? So in that case, if it's an SVG, I think the size needs to match what the control is. But if it's a ping, I think it just happens no matter what size it is. So basically, if your SVG is too large... No, wait, no. Is that correct? I don't even know anymore. It's so tough to reason about this. Where's my 512 by 512 one of these things? I got rid of it, or I put it somewhere else. There it is. Now let's put this in here. Does that work? Yeah, nice. Okay, so we put in the 512 by 512 graphic, and over here too. And then run this. I think it'll look bad. It does look bad, but it looks bad in a different way. So let's anchor this down and then paste this in. Yeah, look at that. There's just no winning. Bigger sizes, bigger input pile. Yeah. That is what's happening. But given that we're scaling down and then scaling back up, there's a problem. Sub viewport. Okay, I got to write down another little note here. Like the way SVGs work is you'll zoom in and see individual pixels. But when they're in a sub viewport, you'll see this blockiness. Actually, there might be a way to work around that. Is there? What size is this? This is a ping. Yeah. And we don't need this node here. That was just for me to test something. Can we render at quadruple the size? So can I set the size 2D override at 2048 by 2048? Turn that on. I mean, you can, but then it looks like trash. There's got to be some other way to do this. Maybe it's the other way around. You don't want this to be a quarter the size. That's something. But then how do we shrink this? Oh, it didn't like that. Well, that doesn't help. How did it look good before I did that? And huh. Yeah, it's like there's some anti-aliasing that's missing. Multi-sample anti-aliasing mode for 2D or canvas rendering. Even if I turn this on, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah. I don't know. What is XR? Oh, nothing helpful. Yeah, it feels like there should be some way to render this at like a super high resolution and then scale it down. And the texture that we're using here is 512 by 512, whose size is, I guess, set to 128 by 128. That's probably what's going on here. Yeah, so we set this to 512 by 512. It still looks choppy. I set it to 128 by 128. And then shrink. You can't shrink this thing. It's huge now. You have to set this to something bigger. Out of curiosity, what if I do this? No, it's not gonna make a difference. I just don't get it. This is kind of what we want. That, oh, maybe then we scale this down. We don't change the size. So we set the scale of, I guess, this thing to be a fourth of what we want. Oops, I messed that up. And then increase the size of this to be 512 by 512. Well, something funky is happening. No, I'm just messing something up now. Maybe this one needs linear. Well, I can't get it to be the same size as the other one. It thinks it's taking up like the whole screen. Or at least this texture thinks it is. But that's because the sub viewport should have that size. Oh, it got changed. Oh my god. I think that does it. Did this change anything? I don't know if it's anti-aliasing any better or worse now. No, I don't think it's having any effect, which is probably a good thing because I don't want it to have an effect. Okay, so we got to do this apparently. Whatever it is I did. Didn't I change the scale to something like 0.25? This? Yeah, that is what I did. Okay. So scale everything up. What is my life? Hadn't we tried this already? I have no idea. I don't think so. I think I tried to try it, but I failed at trying it. Oh, man. Yeah, look at that, though. We have a crisp running man. All right, how would we quickly test this in Skeleseller so that I can go get some food? We change instance slot. So what's our scale factor? 3? Oh god. All right, we gotta find the viewport. It's 512 by 288. So we want to multiply these things by 3. So we want 1536 by 288 times 3. 864. 1536 by 864. All right. 1536 by 864. And then turn on the override and then cut the parent into a third of the size that it normally is. So this No, it's scale it. It's not even, we can't scale this. We have to scale the instance slot itself. This is gonna mess up the size of all the of all the the stuff that's happening in the instance, but the UI should hopefully look okay. No, I broke everything. So basically, you need the icon to match the SVG size and only change its size with the scale. I think the icon was fine how it was. I think the problem is the viewport container needed to have a higher resolution so it could shrink afterward. Set size in instance slot viewport and scale down instances manager. Yeah, yeah, I guess we could do that. I'm not sure where we need to apply this thing. This instances container, I guess, is what has a transform set. We can't change the transform there. We need to change the transform here. 0.3. This is assuming that we're using a 3x scale factor. So we would need to change this on the fly and hope that it looks good. What am I doing? I probably accidentally still had it set even in the instance slot. No, I don't. I don't know what I'm doing then. Let's go look at the... In this, the way I got this working is I set the size 2D override to match the resolution of the original images. Then the parent had stretch set to true. Parent has stretch set to true. And then the parents of that had a scale set. The panel container didn't need to do anything special. And this was some arbitrarily larger size than what we had. It actually probably doesn't need to be done dynamically. We can just always render to like a 3x canvas here. So then I think we can apply that learning to this. And I just need to figure out how we messed up. 1536 by 864, that's on. Do I have some other setting that I've changed over here? Oh, I have the oversized stuff. Is that necessary? No, it's not. There's a way to say only expand non-default. It's not really showing me anything. This is changed when visible. I don't know if that matters. None of this stuff seems to matter. Yeah, none of this stuff seems to matter. Hey, Minecraft, do I remember you? Admittedly, no. I'm sorry. I see you have typed a total of 9 messages in chat, 8 before this one. But yeah, I apologize. If people show up enough, I do tend to remember them. But yeah, last time you were here was 2 months ago, and you were only here twice. But welcome back. Man, what is the difference between these things? The size of this shouldn't matter. I think it's getting its sizing set somewhere else, and that's what's probably going on. Oh, this has a custom minimum size. That might also have something to do with this. But now it has a minimum size of 0, so it might just not show up at all. Yeah. Yes. So let's set this to 256 by 144. That does nothing. That's the wrong project. That's not even Godot. It's just a blue icon. Doing great over here. Okay, I think the container is set just fine. I think we can just keep that as what it was. But I think how we're scaling this, we need to do that differently. Oh, and also the instance size is too small. I'm only looking at the UI though. Can't watch you live because I'm usually in school when you stream, so I just watch your YouTube videos. Well, that's nice of you. Yeah. Yeah, right now I'm streaming for longer than I should be. position look correct when you scale down the slots. I guess I was right. The other part would be increasing the size of the icons. But we didn't have to increase the size. Oh, wait, yes, we did. I forgot about that. This was made 512 by 512. So this had to match. Yeah. Right. Okay. My bad. So where do we even do this? In instance? So this stuff essentially needs to have a scale of 3x so that we can then make it a scale of 1/3. Is that correct? Maybe. Hey, Saltorius, I'm doing okay. The game has been going pretty well. I've run into some very difficult problems to solve. And we're on one of them now. This UI is somewhere else, is it not? These buttons. Yeah, canvas layers don't scale like this. So we need to scale this up by 3x as well, which now positions us way off screen, which might be fine. This is the fake icon. The real icon is rendering totally off the screen. We need that to be back on the screen. Easier said than done. I mean, we could just move their position. Or shrink this. Maybe... What if we set this to 3x? What does this do? Not what I want. But what if we just shrink this by a factor of... of 3? How do we even do this? We divide by 3 here and also here. Well, would you look at that? Okay, maybe now it'll be in the right spot and the right size, but only the UI. Okay, it's in the wrong spot and it's blurry. How? Oh, because the buttons are rendering at the wrong size, but the canvas layer itself is scaled. Maybe we have to scale the control. Maybe I get rid of that and I set this one to 3. That might have made a change. I don't think it did, but maybe I have to restart. Maybe we need to modify the button itself. Oh, this didn't work. Yeah, the battlers are tiny. I know how to fix that, I think. But for whatever reason, I can't seem to fix this. We can't even change the scale of this. It's being inherited from all of this stuff, and these are all containers. So all we can do is change the margin container or the control here. What am I missing? We render the instance at triple the size, basically. Oh, this also has a scale of 3? Oh, but that scale doesn't have any impact because the canvas layer is unaffected by the scale. And the only other thing is systems, which aren't even node 2Ds. So if I'm not mistaken, this should look identical to what it looked like. How do we fix this one stupid button? The flea button. It has a 512 by 512 texture. It has a minimum size set to 32. I guess we'd have to make the minimum size be times 3. Okay, so I can't figure out what's going on. But even if we got all of this working through whatever convoluted means of scaling stuff, it means that when we're looking at these nodes standalone, so just this scene, for example, everything's going to be the wrong size. And then it's only correct when it's thrown into a sub viewport container. You didn't scale the UI up in the other project, did you? Just set the minimum size of the icons? Well, I set the size of this thing, excuse me, to 512 by 512. And this one is 128 by 128. So basically we scaled this up a lot so that we could divide everything by 4 and have it look the right size. And now we're trying to scale it by 3 and it doesn't like it. But I don't know. I don't know why. Are these things still set correctly at runtime? Yeah. I didn't know something was overriding them maybe, but it doesn't look like that's happening. I'll do this off screen and we'll just put the game on screen. All right, where's that? Let's go find that thing. So this thing is what's scaled up by 3x. So that looks bad. But it's the right size at least. So how do we get this icon to look better? Flee button icon. Set to 96 by 96. Lowering the minimum size doesn't even do anything. Oh, we got to lower that minimum size. That's why. All right, what if we tripled this again? So 96 times 3, 96 times 3. Even that's still blurry. Range. Where's the rest of this stuff? Highest instances manager. There's a scale I defined somewhere. I don't even know where it is anymore. I guess it's just the... We know it's got to be a parent that scales all this back up, right? Hang on a second. What did I even do over here? Yeah, I have a parent that scales everything down. So the sub viewport container is gigantic, and then something above it scales it down. Where did I do the scaling down? Because I don't see that at all anymore. I don't think I have it. So then why isn't everything gigantic? Huh. What if you set it to 512, 512 to match the SVG, then change the scale instead of the size? I'm not following, but I don't think this is a reflection of you asking the question wrong. I think I'm running on so little juice right now. We'll eventually get one for this button, so hopefully they won't require extra work. Yeah, the icons are all SVGs. So again, we can make an SVG whatever size we want. We can just type in different numbers here and it'll get rasterized. Try using a 96 by 96 icon with the current setup. But we're using okay, I see what you're saying. We're using a 512 by 512 icon. So yeah, we could try making this 96 by 96. Wait, why is it set to 32 by 32? That doesn't... Oh, I'm using a ping right now. That's why. All right, then yeah, let's try setting this to 96. I don't think this is going to matter. Like, I don't think these need to match, but they might. So let's try this out. Let's just delete this one. This doesn't matter. Now I only have to change one of these things. Quick load this as run.svg. So this is 96 by 96. We have the minimum size set to reflect that. And yeah, that looks good. So now we scale it down and hopefully it still looks good. Where was the scaling supposed to happen? In here, I think. 0.333, 0.333. Yeah, it is rasterizing and load for sure. I'm scaling that up, which is causing the blur. Oh, there we were using an even larger image than we needed originally. Why is this not getting scaled down? Did I not change this correctly? Oh, because this gets added to a container and the container needs the right size. So if I shrink this here, it'll look like the right size, but it'll make everything too small. Hard to say. Oh, or it's just that I set the button to be gigantic. Could be. Let's try this again. So I changed this to be 32 by 32. It'd be nice to see this in context of Skeleseller so that I could find out what do we need to change here. Because if it's just the sub viewport, then fine. That's not difficult at all. No, this button needs to be larger, and then something else needs to scale it down. That's the thing I've realized for this stuff. Yeah. So we make this that size. And then what could even possibly scale it down? Because this is inside of a canvas layer, so no scaling of a parent is ever going to affect this. I guess we could scale the canvas layer, but that seems like a mistake. Because this is all going to be before it makes it into the sub viewport. Yeah, now it looks like trash. And nothing else will affect this. So yeah, I don't know what to do here. Maybe we get rid of the canvas layer? Why do we even have this here in the first place? So that the UI shows on top of everything? If we just got rid of that completely and we put this here, and I guess just move this stuff down so that it looks like it's something. Now it's probably going to break a bunch of scripts that are looking for this stuff in a certain place. Well, it's not rendering. Waffles, thanks for the raid. Welcome in. That is quite some good participation in your raid. Welcome, everybody. We are struggling with some of the hardest stuff I've ever tried to do. And it's just not even worth explaining because my brain is 100% fried at this point. But I'll at least try to show off my game so I can show you what's going on here. But I appreciate it, Waffles. I hope your stream was good. Hang on, let me set this stuff back to what it was. I don't even know how we do that. There, I guess. But now this is huge. Somewhere along the line, this was all working. This is yours? Yeah. There's a game I've been working on for the last year called Skeleseller. And if I revert a couple of things, I can probably show you. But let me go find those controls to revert. We turn this off. Sorry, I have very low energy because of how frustrating this stuff has been. Yeah, okay. This kind of works. So anyway, this is the game that we're working on called Skeleseller. It's a laid-back town management game. You send adventurers in to do battle. This one's never going to get won because the bats have like 1,000,000 life. And when you do win, they will earn items for you from the battle, which you'll then go sell in your town. And with the money you make from this stuff, you will upgrade your town and buy new adventurers and skills and stuff. Yeah. So I'm hoping to get another, like an updated demo out next week. There is something there on Steam right now, but unfortunately it's from like a month and a half ago. So a lot of the changes we made, a lot of the improvements are not there. I did not do the art myself. I'm very bad at art. I did the music. I made the Skella rap as of yesterday. Anyway, some of the things you can get for your town. So one of the things you get pretty early on is the farm. You can start planting crops. The way this works is you actually put potions into this extractor here, and it plants seeds on your farm, which will then slowly grow. And then you harvest them into the chef slime, who gives you wisdom sludge, which you use to level up. So once I have enough of this, which I can just force them into the game, we can level up. You get your skill tree. You can unlock some skills and choose where to put your points. You can get new adventurers. Then you start sending more and more into these different battles that you can do, fight some bosses. Yeah. I love introducing bugs into my software. Hey, how did that, God, what is it? You were making like a Pico game, right? How did that go? Are you still working on that? What's something you enjoy the most about making a game? I like the expression of creativity and the combination of that with the technical aspect of programming. So I think we take a more code first approach than probably most people using Godot. And yeah, I like coding. And ooh. Did he just walk over rocks? Did we not fix that? Hold on a second. I need to write this down as a thing to be fixed at least. Come on back over here, skeleton. I want to see if you walk on top of rocks. Yes. And they also get stuck underneath this bush. Rock won't stand in my way. Yeah. Yeah, I'll write that down. That's a pretty important bug to fix. Bug. Workers walk over rocks on a level 1 farm. And they also walk under a bush in the path. We should remove those bushes. I moved on to learning Godot. Was having too many issues trying to implement collision. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. You seem pretty patient when you were working on it. Wonder how extensively indie game devs are using AI to generate code these days. I'm not sure. I think using AI to generate code is not the hard part. It's using AI to generate a lot of coherent code that is the hard part. So if some indie dev out there is working on a prototype for a game, like I could see that being pretty AI heavy. But I think once they get closer to even like 10% completion of their game, it's probably pretty hard to use AI. Yeah. Playing games I really like theory crafting, character builds, and so on. Yeah, and there's a little bit of that in this game, but this game is meant to be very casual. So by the end of the game, you'll have maybe, let's say, like 7, 8 skill points. And that means you can get kind of most of the skill tree, but not all of it. So there are some builds you can try to figure out. And then also, because you get different adventurers, you can choose who you want in your party. So maybe you go fight in a location and you choose, okay, the rogue, warrior, cleric, and paladin. And maybe this is some killer combo that other people haven't thought of. But also then your skills come into effect for, like, maybe your cleric is more, I don't know, healing over time focused as opposed to direct healing. But yeah, since you're not playing out any of this battle manually, it's just kind of watching it happen after that. Not going to be useful for something coherent and complicated. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But I think I was going to say something that I read Ski's message in the middle of responding. Anyway, let me read the original message from before. Yeah, how extensively indie game devs are using to generate code. The scrolling broke. Where'd that go? Here it is. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, I suspect that people who are leaning on AI are probably going to always lean on AI unless they finally learn how to do the things themselves. And yeah, I think they'll just have varying levels of success for now. I think I'm more about narrative and sizzle than the gameplay itself. I really like the gameplay in a lot of games, for sure. To the point where I would skip basically every story, every cutscene, every whatever to just try to get to the gameplay. But that said, I think Skeleseller is a good mix of, like, the visuals are there, they're consistent, they're coherent, they look pretty good. There's enough kind of polish in battles. So I think the game is fun right now. And I mean, I don't have the sound and the music on, but that's all there too. Let's try to fight in this place. They're probably gonna die. Yeah. Actually, wait a second. Why are they not dying? They're level 1. They should have no chance of winning this. Huh. I don't know what's going on right now. They won that? Am I cheating somehow? Hang on, let's throw in the paladin instead. I don't think that should be possible. Was it the witch doctor? Because it might have been just that someone's overpowered here. My friend built games by making boxes of different colors. Yeah, everyone has their own approach. And I think if you're going to have a successful game, it kind of has to end up with the same general combination of stuff in the end. Hey, Orandre. Long time no see. I feel like I'm saying that every time I see you now. Yeah, so they lost here. They lost pretty terribly. I think the witch doctor is too powerful. I don't know how we're going to balance that. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to balance that. Unfortunately, I already leveled up the rogue. Let's try this out. Let's just go back into that battle. Unlock everything. Unlock everything. Go over to there. Rogue, mage, archer, witch doctor. Start. Wouldn't trust it from what I've seen. I use it for smart autocomplete. I think it's pretty good for that. I do like that. Yeah, the witch doctor has been the most historically difficult character to balance because they do nothing on their own. They just summon zombies. But then the zombies take hits for you, and they poison enemies, and they do damage. So the longer the Witch Doctor survives, the more like free life you have. They're like the best healer in the game right now, basically. Yeah, I won again. I don't know what to do about this. We have to figure out a way to balance that. I'm gonna write that down too. Balance issue. The Witch Doctor is OP. Yeah, we probably need zombies to lose more life per tick if we want them to tank a couple of enemy hits. Or maybe we make the summoning take longer in between zombies. I don't know. Struggle to come up with fun concepts to build around. I think games are sort of a funny equation because it's hard to say on paper that something's going to be fun. And I kind of wonder if you could take almost any idea and just apply enough resources to it to make it fun. Like, I don't know, combine any two genres of game, which has probably already been done at this point, like FPS and racing. I don't know how you would do that. And now that I think about it, I'm not sure if I've seen that before. But yeah, would that be fun? I don't know. You could probably take like Overwatch and add some racing mechanic into it, and some people would probably play it. Can I get edit permissions to that doc? I need to remove a bullet regarding being mean to the Witch Doctor. Nope. I think the Witch Doctor is still going to have a role. I just think that every party they're in seems like it's too strong. Lucky and Wild kind of does it. I don't think I've heard of that. Video game by Namco. Oh, interesting. You were racing at the same time you're shooting stuff? Overwatch and racing mechanics is just Lucio, yeah. Old, fairly obscure arcade game. Yeah. I'm done for the day. I don't know what we have to do about this, but I gotta figure out. I guess I might as well write where I left off. Yeah, so where I left off, I was trying this, but the instance stuff is in a canvas layer, which is immune to parent scaling as far as I can tell. Yeah. Man. Okay, well, look, Friday, I think we just got to focus on balance stuff and any other quick bug fixes we can do. What are the other quick bug fixes? There weren't any. I think we got done with the quick ones. The longer ones are here. Which, by the way, Kevin, if you ever want to tackle something, these are the issues to tackle. And then, yeah, I think we'd be in pretty good shape other than that. I have some other pacing concerns here, but it's mostly that stuff. Okay, I gotta go decompress. So I'm gonna go find someone to raid. If you like the idea of Skeleseller, please do consider wishlisting it. The other thing I've been working on lately is making shorts on YouTube, and they're supposed to be like little tech tidbits for helping in the form of shorts. Yeah, let's go find someone to raid. Yeah, take care, Deep Freeze. Thanks for dropping by. And thank you, Waffles, if you're still there for the raid. I do appreciate it. Oh, Covino's been online for 8 hours. Can say. I could have raided him. Hey, Sphere4 is online. Let's raid Sphere4. I never get to raid him. I wonder how long he'll be online for. Hey, Crimson. I hope your evening is good too, and I hope your game's going well. All right, thank you all again. I'll be back on Friday. I don't tend to stream on Thursdays, and I'll try to do some work off stream. So maybe when we come back on Friday, things will be a little bit farther along. But I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Take care, and let's say hi to Sphere for you.